Your Worship, you are live now.
Okay, the clerk advises me that there's 1 minute to go and we will officially call this council meeting to order. The clerk now advises me that it is now 4:30 on July 20th, so I will call this meeting to order. And the first order of business, of course, is a moment of silent reflection and then our national anthem. So members of council, please join with me in a moment of silent reflection, then our national anthem. Madam Clerk, are there any agenda announcements and or amendments? Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Since the consolidated agenda was published on Friday, July 17th, staff have received 6 delegation submissions. 5 of those submissions related to the addendum item report DS 2720 and 1 for staff report DS 2020. The second announcement is with regard to the public meeting. So later on today's agenda, we will have a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act scheduled for St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School, formerly known as Jean Vanier Catholic Secondary School at 1145 Bronte Street South. During the course of this live meeting, those members of the public who want to make a request to speak to this public meeting item only via phone can dial to a dedicated phone number 1-866-511-0021 or can email townclerk@milton.ca and they will be given step-by-step instructions on how to enter and participate in the meeting. Staff will work to assist each of the callers for this public meeting and will start and end each of the calls in order they are received. This number will be shared again later on the screen in the meeting today. These instructions will be provided again at that point in the agenda when we are holding the public meeting with respect to St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School at 1145 Bronte Street South.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I have a few brief remarks after I find out if any member of council has any disclosures. Any member of council, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen? Go ahead.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just under, I know it's not an item for consideration, but under the public meeting, I have children attending St. Francis Xavier on a disclosure note.
Okay, very good. So I will assume then that you're going to not speak or vote on that issue. Okay, fair enough, and that's been noted. Are there any further disclosures? If not, on the last item that the clerk referred to, this is a new process, and of course we've been doing some of these virtual meetings now for some 3 or 4 months, but this is the first time that there will be a public meeting, so you'll have to bear with us. A little bit of patience, I think, is probably what's going to be needed, and I'll be guided, of course, by the clerk. And talking about the clerk and the CEO are with me. We're doing that social distancing bit here in the large committee room here in the town hall. So with that, and again, Nina is going to be directing traffic. So Nina's got a pretty big job ahead of her, especially when we get to some of the delegations and especially the public meeting, because listed delegations, of course, are listed. And I'll get to another one in just a moment where we'll need council's consent to hear from another individual because it was missed. And other than that, I think things are pretty well in order. So with that, I think, let me then, Madam Clerk, deal with, I might as well get it right now. Mr. Gilbert, he did not make the deadline. So, and I'm looking for council's, at least the majority of council's, wishes to hear from this individual. I have a motion moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Tesser-Dirksen. Be it resolved that council hear from Dwayne Gilbert with respect to staff report DS 020-20. Are there any questions on that motion or that resolution? So I will assume that the majority of council is in favor of this. Unless I see a hand go up like this, then I'll know you're opposed to it. I don't see any hands going up, so that is carried. So Mr. Gilbert, you will be heard a little bit later on. So that just takes care of some of the formalities that we have to go through. So I thank you very much for that. Now, dealing with the consent items. The resolution moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Melbuff, and be it resolved the consent items numbers 1 to 10 be approved. And I know that Councillor Chandler, you have a question on, I believe, 1 or 2 of them, and I know Councillor Hamid has questions on 7 and 9. Now, I'm only going to assume that these are going to be reasonably brief, because if they're long drawn out, keeping in mind that we have delegations, I just don't want to keep the delegations waiting too long. So, but Councillor Chandler, on your point?
Your worship, yes, 5, 6, 7, and 10, and I will keep it brief.
Okay. And again, I had mentioned Councillor Hamid has got 7 and 9. Is there any other councillor that wishes any of these to be taken out and dealt with separately? If not, Councillor Chandler, I'll deal with them in order. Number 5.
Yes, your worship, has to do with the matter involving the extension of Louis Saint Laurent. And but roughly, your worship, the budget's about $8 million. Staff wants to put 2 separate extensions together, which makes sense to me. The issue is we've got change orders that represent almost 10% of the value of the project, and we're looking for another $1.3 million to complete the project, which I assume is largely for the extension. there was a savings, as I understand it, of about $120,000. So why are we where we are with this project at this point? It just seems that there's been a lot of change at a lot of cost.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Glenn Cowan to start with. And again, the person's got to hold the purse strings in this regard. Glenn?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor. So this project, it actually started off with 3 different phases. 2 of them were combined when the project was initially tendered. And that's the work that's continuing now that you saw the reference to the amount, including the change orders to date that you mentioned of 780,000. This next piece, the design was not ready at the time that those other 2 were combined. It is ready now, and staff have looked at the opportunity to either go to the market or extend the way we're recommending. The reference to the 10% contingency, so clearly this would put us over the 10%, which is why we're looking for council approval through this report. We do see benefits of doing it, not just in terms of cost, but in terms of the actual implementation of the work as well. The 120,000 mentioned in there is specific to the comparable if we were considering going and doing a new process for this. There are greater savings than that overall. Relative to the amount that was approved in the budget, you'll see we're putting about $3 million back to reserves or not utilizing that amount, which is from a number of things. It is in part due to some of the savings that we mentioned in this, but there was also some scope changes in order to, in terms of alignment, in terms of final details, where some savings were able to be created as well. So that's in very brief how we've gotten to here and why we think this is the best way forward.
Chandler?
Your worship, thank you. The second part of 5 relates to the approval to allow the CAO, to approve an amount of $250,000 or more. And what it isn't clear to me is how much more is being potentially asked for in terms of having the CAO make that decision outside of the process. It's a minimum of 250, but is it going to be much more than that?
We don't expect so. In fact, we don't expect to have to utilize it, but we have included this out of an abundance of caution to make sure that this project can move ahead as early as it can in August without having to come back to council. There is a tender process that's been utilized by CN for this. The process closed late last week, so they're still in the process of evaluating the bids. We have had a bit of information shared with us as to what the bids based on preliminary estimates look like, and which is why we're confident with the budget adjustment that we're presenting to you. We just want to make sure there's no obstacles in the way that would allow, it's been a long road to get here, and it is important for the work to go ahead. So we've put this in there, but we don't actually anticipate needing to use it.
Councillor Chandler? Councillor Chandler?
Sorry, Councillor Challoner, you'll just have to unmute. There was some feedback.
No, I have no other questions with respect to item 5.
Okay, very good. Any other member of council, anything on item number 5? Being none, then Councillor Chandler, number 6.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to thank the finance staff for this report. It is comprehensive, and they deserve our thanks for what they've done. I only had one question, Your Worship, of Glenn, and the question revolves around how this will square with the service delivery review that's underway with corporate services, which includes finance. I'm assuming this is going to perhaps streamline it in some ways.
I would say that through the service delivery review, there may be opportunities identified that may require us to revisit this. By no means are these documents that we set in place without ever having intended to go back and review. Through service delivery, it is possible there'll be process improvements or efficiencies that are identified, or pain points identified when we consult with departmental staff that perhaps we want to revisit some of these. I mean, to speak to one specific example, we are looking at timing of investments, and we do require 2 sign-offs on those right now. There are times where the market moves fairly quickly, or with new offerings, it's a fairly quick window. So we are thinking about, are there other ways we can ensure that we're properly validating opportunities, but at the same time able to respond quickly enough. So to your point, if we do identify those and they make sense, we will just come back with an amendment to the policy through council and identify the cost and benefit of making those changes.
Chandler?
Thanks, Your Worship. That's all the questions I have for 6.
Any other member of council, anything further on 6? Being none, Councillor Hamid, number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank staff for the incredible work during this time, Mr. Mayor. As you notice, given the $12 to $13 million downfall, I would have expected a lot bigger deficit. So just 2 quick questions. Number 1, now that we know Halton is entering stage 3, does that change these numbers? And number 2, have we heard anything concrete, like a concrete number from the federal or provincial government in terms of help that municipalities might be getting?
Let me, first of all, I know I've not heard anything other than the big total package, but I don't know how it's been, I guess, separated out for each municipality, whether going to do it by cap or whatever. But Glenn, you might have a little bit more information than what I do at this point. Glenn?
Right. So the context I can lend there, first of all, we are encouraged and we do greatly benefit from or appreciate the announcement from the federal government. There still needs to be work with the provincial level to figure out how that'll be allocated. And I will say that you can expect to see, if you saw some of the themes they were saying the money would be focused on in terms of childcare, long-term care, social programs, and transit. Some of that, or a large portion of that, I would expect you will see at the regional level. At our level, the one that they really highlighted that impacts us most directly is the transit. But there's still work to be done to figure out what that allocation will look like. So we haven't included anything related to the most recent announcement in this current variance analysis. We've only included the 3 other announcements that predated it, which from a dollar perspective were all fairly minimal. So we will see further benefit, and I do suspect it'll be transit specific, if not entirely in large part. On the second point then of phase 3, so we have built in, obviously this was drafted before the phase 3 announcement, and even with the announcement at this stage, I wouldn't say there'd necessarily be an immediate impact to the forecast that we have. We do have the recovery plan that was presented to council recently, which we've aligned the scenarios in here with, but they still are contingent on the degree of take up in the programs and in our permit rental activity starting really in September, as our plan for August is probably fairly similar, aside from some of the changes to things like park amenities and that. So there will be more information that comes as phase 3, as we figure out what the planning for it looks like, and we will continue to update our analysis. But I would say that the numbers in here still are, at this point in time, our best estimate of what we can expect.
Councillor Hamid?
That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anything further on item number 7?
Yes, Your Worship.
Councillor Chandler?
Yeah, I just want to again thank Glenn for what was an excellent report. My only question, really, Your Worship, is the drum that I bang, and this was May. It's now July, and I'm wondering, is it possible for staff to provide council with a monthly update on where we are with this? To Councillor Hamid's point, we're moving into phase 3 on the 24th. I recognize that there may not be the financial benefits that we're hoping for, but there are some. And if staff could possibly provide council with a monthly financial update, it would be helpful.
Glenn, on that point?
Yep. So what I can speak to and what you can expect to see from us. So as we move forward through August, as the planning for phase 3 occurs, and as we get into September, as we actually see the program take up, we will continue to provide updates on the analysis as we provide it. The next time you'll see the full comprehensive review will align with the September month-end projections, which at that stage will be a compilation of all the individual analysis that we can update you on in between. So through the reporting that the CAO has been providing, we'll continue to provide the consolidated snapshot as you've seen it here, with the things that we know have changed. And you will see that basically on the two bi-weekly updates through those reports, and then the monthly statements being produced in the normal schedule through the council meetings.
Councillor Chandler?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Anything further on 7? Being none, Councillor Chandler, number 8, Milton Public Library.
No, Your Worship, I didn't call for that. I'm number 10 is the next one for me, and I think Councillor Hamid is number 9.
Okay, I apologize. Councillor Hamid, number 9.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Chalmers asked one question that I was going to ask. Just very quickly then, do we have a timeline now that we know the project's moving up? Is there a timeline for completion of lease and around?
Again, I'm not sure, Glenn, I know that you're the person that looks after the money part of it, but do you have the response or the answer to that? Maybe Barb, Ms. Koopmans, I'm led to believe that you might have the answer for that. Ms. Koopmans?
Through you, your worship, I'm just conferring with staff to see if we have a timeline.
Okay. We'll come back to that in just a few moments. Anything further on that one for the moment, Councillor Meade?
Yep,
Councillor Chandler, I believe you indicated you had a question on this one as well.
No, your worship, my questions are related to number 10.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to number 9 in just a moment once Barb checks with her staff on those timelines. Okay, and the first one I had was number 10 was Councillor Tesser-Dirksen and then Councillor Chandler. Councillor Tesser-Dirksen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just some comments on this. I wanted to just make note because I think it's important that we all realize that the amendment, A Place to Grow, is now giving us forecasts to 2051, and we're looking at minimums with respect to the forecasting instead of targets, which is interesting. And I also want to say, I want to thank staff for mentioning that they comment here, it's especially important considering that Milton's legacy infrastructure will all begin to need refurbishment and potential upgrades to adapt to climate change. So I want to thank staff for bringing that lens to the analysis. And I also want to make note, just because it's going to be relevant to another issue that we'll be discussing later on in the meeting, that it appears staff is largely in agreement with what the province is proposing, except for the changes to the aggregate mineral resource extraction amendments that the province is proposing. And I think it's important that we, as partners with the province, we kind of keep our pulse on the province's direction with these type of things, because they really do impact us at the local level in a serious way. So that's it for my comments on that.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'm not sure, but I don't think, Councillor, that you're looking for any response, just a comment. And I totally agree with your sentiments there as well. Councillor Chandler.
Thanks, your worship. I want to thank Barb and Planning for their response to the province's outreach on this document. In particular, worship, I want to address land needs assessment. It's a little bit concerning to me from the perspective of, it appears that we're continuing down the path of high density, which in our community lately has meant two types of housing, condominiums / apartments, or two-story homes, whether they're detached or townhouses. And we have a need for the kind of housing that is attractive to first-time homeowners as well as seniors, and that is bungalow, whether it's detached or it's part of a semi-detached or other housing type. And given what's happened with COVID and the issues we're seeing in the denser parts of the province, the government of Ontario should be, having a need for pause on this density issue. It needs to be studied more intensely than it has been. Clearly, there is an issue related to density and public health. And my question of Barb is, I see the minister can sign off, if you're looking for an alternative, but I just find that the discussion around land needs assessment is very narrow. It doesn't take into account the needs of all real estate consumers in the province of Ontario, and specifically those at both ends of the spectrum.
And again, is there any, and again, Councillor Chandler, I'm not sure if you're looking for a response on that, but I think maybe Ms. Koopmans might be the most appropriate.
I would like Barb to comment on it. Yes, thanks.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Challoner, certainly through the region's official plan review, we are going to be looking at our land needs analysis, the land needs assessment, and determining what will be required to meet future needs. it is a bit challenging in terms of meeting the province's objectives for higher densities. When we have bungalow type development, it is considered much lower density, generally speaking. Also, it's a more expensive form of housing to build because of the footprint. So it basically would have the effect of driving up higher densities to compensate. Certainly something we can look at in terms of mix. It's not a form of housing that developers have put forward in Milton since, I believe, the EC Drury development, which has some bungalows on it.
Councillor Chandler?
Your worship, I appreciate the comment, but the point of the exercise, what the province is looking for is our perspective. And it's not within the realm of its current planning requirements. It's within the realm of what we need as a community. And the fact is that we need different kinds of housing than we currently have. I understand why the development community is building what they are. I get it. You know, the Planning Act that we currently operate under gives them, you know, that lack of flexibility. And quite frankly, our planning staff has a lack of flexibility as a result because everybody has to conform. But I understood, your worship, that the reason why we were circulated on this document is to get back to the province with, you know, in the best of all possible worlds for the town of Milton, what is the kind of land assessment or land need that we have? What we would like to see? And the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of people in our community who want to see different types of housing brought forward as part of our plan, and we've gotten away from it. And quite frankly, as you know, your worship, that you only typically see new housing development of what I've described outside of the GTA. And we need to, you know, kind of rethink it. And I think from a public health standpoint, we definitely need to start questioning the higher density road that we've been on now for at least 15 years.
Okay, and again, Ms. Koopman, you know, hearing Councillor Chandler's overview of that, and I guess the question is, should we be, could we be, are we in lockstep with other levels of government with regards to housing, I think is really the question.
Through you, your worship, what we will be doing both through our own official plan review and the region's official plan review is consulting with the community and identifying what the needs are and looking at how we can accommodate those needs within both of our official plans, looking at what the corresponding land needs to support housing demands are. As council is aware, I believe, one of the notions that the province has put forward is the notion of market considerations in terms of conformity with provincial plans. So certainly we will look at all of this through these ongoing exercises that do heavily involve public engagement.
Councillor Chandler.
Thanks, your worship.
Thank you. Is there any further on 10? I think Ms. Koopmans, if you would just stay there, and I'm going to go back to number 9 there with regards to Councillor Hamid's question with regards to timing. So if you'd be so kind to respond to that, and I know what it is already, so but just for the information. I'm sorry, I'm going to back up for just a moment. And I did have you, Councillor Best. This is on number 10. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem, your worship. I agree with the director's or commissioner's comments there. It's the other point that any builder can tell you is simple economics. The type of dwellings that Councillor Chandler wants, which is commendable, unfortunately is simply uneconomic. The average price in town right now in the urban area is almost 800,000. And for most builders, you talk to them that, you know, they ceased building bungalows decades ago because the economics don't work. It's, you know, nice to have these things, but unfortunately, you know, you have to work in all the costs involved, and just my own analysis of it, you're looking at $500,000 just for the lot, just to start for the type of dwellings you have in Dorset Park and Timberlea. We're not going to see that in a long time. So I commend staff for the amount of work that's involved, because 60 people per hectare is still very low density. It's something we have to look at, varying types, and what they call the missing middle, which the home builders associations are pushing, is something we're starting to see now in 3- and 4-story buildings. So I'm looking forward to these reports, and we have a long process ahead of us.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ali on number 10.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for relevant staff, whoever that may be. What is more environmentally friendly, an urban sprawl or building up?
Not sure who wants to take a shot at that, but Ms. Koopmans.
Through you, Your Worship, that's a very loaded question. We would have to do the analysis and the assessment. It would depend on a number of factors. A lot of them are contextual. Essentially, the push to increase density and increase infill and intensification developments is to prevent urban sprawl from consuming valuable agricultural land, from requiring additional transportation infrastructure. Fewer homes on longer roads is more expensive. There are a lot of different considerations. Some of them are environmental, some of them are fiscal. It's how we want to build a community that is complete and provides opportunity for everyone. So there are certain environmental advantages, certainly to higher density development. However, we also want to provide a range and choice for people of different backgrounds and desires.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Your Worship. That answers my question.
Is there anything further on 10? Again, Ms. Koopmans, if you would go back to number 9, please, with Councillor Hamid and his question of timelines.
Through you, Your Worship, the section from 4th line to James Snow Parkway should be substantially complete by the end of this year, depending on weather. And then James Snow Parkway to 5th line will likely be substantially complete the first half of next year, but that is somewhat dependent on Oxford Properties and their progress.
Thank you. Councillor Hamid, you had the floor.
Yeah, no, that's okay, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
Okay, any further on 9? Being nothing. And again, you heard me read the resolution before that the consent items numbers 1 to 10 be approved. There was no additions or deletions to any of those. So unless I see a hand go up there, I will assume that the biggest majority of council is in favor of this motion. So not seeing any hands go up, that motion is carried. Hey, members of council and ladies and gentlemen, we're coming down to the portion of our agenda where delegations now are going to be entertained. And I had a motion earlier on to have Mr. Gilbert speak, and he'll be speaking at the end of this. And I think there's some 6 or 8 delegations here. Might make mention that there's 5 minutes set aside for each one of these delegations. When we get to roughly 5 minutes, the clerk will be advising me that 5 minutes is up. And I will be asking the delegation then to please wrap it up. And, and wrapping it up, in a reasonably short period of time. So with that understanding, I think we're ready to move forward. And I'm going to list them here. The very first person is Wendy Roberts. Next person is Kim Bradshaw. Next is Eleanor Hayward. Next is Michelle Nasser. Next is David Donnelly. Next is George Minikakis. Next is Dwayne Gilbert. And then, of course, with the St. Francis Xavier Catholic School thing, and that's under the portion of the open session where anybody out there, and as I refer to it, TV land can make his or her views known. But it is written, but we have to be prepared for that. And the clerk will get into a little bit more details on that portion of it once we get that far down. So With that, Nina, if you would be so kind to bring Wendy Roberts in for the first delegation on report number DS 027-20, and this deals with the James Dick Quarry issue. Nina?
So we've brought Wendy over. Wendy, Ms. Roberts, you just need to unmute your sound. And I will share your presentation in 1 second. And if you can just prompt me when you need me to change the slides, we can do that. Okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you very
Welcome.
much. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for this opportunity to delegate. My name is Wendy Roberts. I'm a resident of Milton, and I really want to thank council and town staff for making this application a priority. I'm going to apologize in advance for rushing through this presentation, but I really want to respect the 5-minute time limitation. Next slide, please. So what we agree on and where I think we differ. You know, council and staff know the potential risks the proposed quarry poses. You oppose the quarry for the same reasons I do. Yes, residents need to make our concerns known to the province and to JDCL. And yes, the town should continue to participate in the JART process. Where I think we differ is that the town appears to be relying solely on the JART process, and I think that is risky. JART may result in some tweaks and compromises, but this is not about compromise. Our air and water quality and quality of life cannot be compromised, and I don't think we can rely on JART to stop the quarry. Next slide, please. So what are the alternatives? I'm going to focus on the interim control bylaw. I think council can pass an interim control bylaw. I think council could also update new bylaws, and in the absence of an ICBL, others may have other possible alternatives, but in the interest of time, I'm going to focus on the ICBL. Next slide, please. So has a planning matter been identified? And according to town staff report, an ICBL is not required since no planning matter has been identified that is not appropriately addressed through the ARA application process, and that the town is legislative authorized to regulate. But according to a letter from the region, it is unclear whether all lands proposed for extraction are zoned for the proposed use. So that prompted me to take a closer look at the zoning, and you'll see a map if you can turn to the next slide. Thank you. This map is very small. I provided a larger copy earlier by email today. But what I want to point out is that the JDCL lands are outlined in red, and then the red hash marks represent the extractive industrial zone. Note that approximately 1/3 of the lands are zoned MX, and it looks as though 2/3 are zoned Greenlands A or Greenlands B. So that raises 4 questions for me. Can the JDCL carry out its operations within the lands that are zoned MX? And if not, is that zoning issue question not under the town's legislative authority? Might JDCL be required to bring an application under the Planning Act to the town in the near future in order to comply with the town's zoning bylaws or any other bylaws? And does reactivating the former woodland Guelph Campbellville pit qualify as an existing use? If you can go to the next slide, thank you. These are the definitions and permitted uses according to the different zoning. I'm not going to have time to go into them here, but you have them before you, and they are relevant to the zoning questions I posed on slide 5. Next slide, please. The town's letters of objection state that the JDCL application in its current state does not constitute good planning and is not in the public interest. So what does the Ontario Court of Appeal have to say about ICBL's good planning and the public interest? Next slide, please. I refer you to the case Equity Waste Management of Canada Corp versus Halton Hills. Although this is a dated case, I think it is still relevant and on point. I'm not going to read every line for line, but most of them. So the Ontario Court of Appeal dealt with an ICBL, including a bad faith allegation. The lower court's finding that the town had acted in bad faith was overturned by Justice Laskin as being unreasonable. The relevant points in the decision: ICBLs provide municipalities with an important planning instrument that allows the municipality breathing space to rethink its land use policies by suspending development that may conflict with any new policy. The public interest in reviewing current zoning in an area takes precedence over the private rights of affected landowners to use their land freely. Next slide, please. The only statutory condition to the passage of an ICBL is a bylaw or resolution directing a review or study of land use policies. There is no limitation that an ICBL must be used sparingly and only under great urgency. And in bold, while a recommendation for an ICBL might be expected to come from the planning department, the municipal councillors are entitled to take their own view. Next page, please. It is proper and in the public interest for councillors to take into account the views of their residents. Those challenging the bylaw have the onus to prove bad faith on the part of council. And I certainly think that you have lots of evidence as to why this would not be in bad faith, given all the environmental concerns. So what all of this means to me, and hopefully to you, the risk to the town of passing an ICBL is nil. The town has everything to gain and nothing to lose. Even if one accepts the argument that an ICBL does not apply in this instance because there is no planning application before the town, an application may be required and or may be forthcoming. The town and the region are both in the process of reviewing and updating their official plans. It is timely for the town to update the existing bylaws for rural Milton and to add bylaws related to air and water quality. The chart
Ms. Roberts, the clerk indicates to me that the 5 minutes are up. So if you'd please wrap up.
I will wrap up. So we know that there's changes in that area of the quarry and a number of residences. So in conclusion, and that's the next slide. Thank you. Council cannot rely on the JART or the province to adequately address all of the risks posed by this quarry. Council has the authority to pass an ICBL and other bylaws. Council has a duty of care to its constituents. So please use your authority and exercise your duty to protect the residents of Campbellville and Milton. That's any questions, and that would be the next slide. Thank you very much.
And I thank you very much. So members of council, Councillor Best.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Wendy, for your presentation and research. Just one question that we've had requests for environmental assessment. Based on your research, would this be a more likely tool rather than the other items you mentioned?
I would think that both actually could benefit the town and the residents. I think an ICBL could end up implementing bylaws that are based on findings that come out of an environmental assessment. I would like to see both, and probably sooner rather than later, given Bill 197.
Councillor Best?
Yes, last question, Wendy, is there anything that you weren't able to cover in your 5 minutes that you wanted to highlight?
Well, I guess the only thing I really wanted to highlight is I think I drove by the site, and it just shocks me that it is so close to downtown Campbellville and that it is in the backyard of so many residences. You know, I'm not going to get into the whole, concerns about the environment. I think councillors are well aware of that and familiar with the 102-page JART chart. So I think we are very much on the same page. It's just only how we get to where I think we need to be that I think we differ. Thank you. Otherwise I've covered it. I know others are making presentations.
Councillor Best, any further?
That's all. Thank you.
Any other member of council, any questions of Ms. Roberts? Ms. Roberts, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And just before Nina brings on Kim Bradshaw, I should have made mention right at the outset, and it's called full disclosure. It's my understanding that our solicitor is online for these presentations, and of course, ultimately, the discussions with council. So as long as everybody's well aware of that, no hidden agenda whatsoever. So Nina, over to you.
Okay, I'm just promoting Kim Bradshaw over. She should be joining us shortly. There we go. And if you could just unmute, and I have your presentation ready.
Will do. Thank you, Greta.
Ms. Bradshaw, welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to everyone listening. I look forward to delegating, and I am delegating today on behalf of Sustainable Milton. My name is Kim Bradshaw, and I am a resident of Milton. Slide 2, please. So Sustainable Milton appreciates the update report submitted to Town of Milton staff regarding the JDCL application and looks forward to continued regular updates as information becomes available. I'm just going to exit full screen. There we go. Thank you. And we also appreciate the opportunity to present for your consideration our own observations and recommendations. Next slide, please. I would like to start by summarizing, our observations. At the end of the JART process, we believe the Minister for Natural Resources and Forestry will either license JDCL or JDCL will appeal to the LPAT. Neither outcome is desirable. We see environmental protections in Ontario being eroded, and we see agency decisions favoring developers and quarries. Finally, this decision regarding the Reed Road Reservoir Quarry favors JDCL. Our community and the environment will lose. Next slide, please. So, Minister or LPAT decision, given JDCL's history, should the Minister deny them a license based on the technical issues identified by the JART, which is wonderful, by the way, really excited about the JART charts. We fully expect JDCL will appeal to the LPAT, triggering a potentially long and arduous legal battle. Next slide, please. As far as environmental protections being eroded, the current provincial government is actively reducing environmental protections and removing opportunities for public scrutiny. As an example, significant changes to the Aggregate Resources Act were buried in Omnibus Bill 132, just one of 3 omnibus bills tabled in the last 12 months, 2 of which have received royal assent. Last week, they introduced the 3rd Omnibus Bill 197, the COVID-19 Recovery Act. It includes changes to the Environmental Assessment Act, changes which legally require 30 days notice for public consultation. But the provincial government is trying to pass that bill this very afternoon in the House without that formality. So you can see that our consultation rights are being limited severely by the province. The last thing I wanted to mention here was that the Local Planning Appeal Support Center, which was a provincial agency that helped individuals, residents, to approach an LPAT and participate, has been closed. Next slide, please. So, oops, I'm on a different slide than you're on. My apologies. So, with decisions favoring developers and quarries, the decisions that favor them are prevalent. After 4 years of a legal battle, the LPAT recommended the approval of the JDCL's application for the hidden quarry, stating that the mandated thresholds and monitoring would be sufficient to mitigate identified environmental, health, and safety risks. Unfortunately, should those thresholds or monitoring fail, because they are self-regulated, there can be no remedy for the damage they could cause. Recently, the province even closed the agency. Yes, and I mentioned that in my last slide. So next slide, please. Considerations. We understand at Sustainable Milton that the benefits and the desire to participate in the JART process and appreciate all the work staff has done. That work is incredible. We really are impressed. However, we understand that Section 66 of the Aggregate Resource Act gives the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry the authority to override our municipal zoning and bylaws. Next slide, please. Can I have the next? Yeah, perfect, thanks. However, the Act also states in the ARA, Section 10, an applicant for a license must furnish information satisfactory to the Minister describing the zoning bylaws applicable to the site and adjacent lands. Also in the ARA, Item 12.1, no license shall be issued for a pit or quarry if a zoning bylaw prohibits the site from being used for making, establishment, or operation of pits and quarries. Next slide, please. So what these 2 sections suggest to me is that the Minister's decision will be informed and influenced by municipal zoning and bylaws, so they are not moot. So the questions we have: are there bylaws that could be passed without passing an ICBL? Are there other actions council can direct staff to take in addition to completing the JART? For example, can the official plan not be updated in tandem with ongoing JART or LPAT activities? And I honestly don't know the answer to that question, which is why I'm asking. Are there agencies that could be more actively engaged or lobbied? Would it be beneficial to encourage public pressure and scrutiny by amplifying residents and media the potential dangers that the quarry poses? Next slide, please. We at Sustainable Milton are ready and willing to assist council and staff to oppose the Reed Road Reservoir Quarry. We are not ready to entirely rely on the JART to provide the desired outcome. We believe municipal zoning and bylaws inform ministerial decisions. We support Action Milton's work to explore all possible avenues to stop the quarry. And we unequivocally support, I beg your pardon, we are all calling on the town to pull out all stops and take every possible action to stop the chemical quarry. Thank you. That is the end.
I thank you very much, Ms. Bradshaw. You're pretty well bang on 5 minutes, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you. I know there's a question from Councillor Ali. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like staff to answer the first 3 questions the delegate has asked. I think those are very relevant questions, and I think there's a lot of confusion in the community regarding those questions. So if staff could take the time to answer those, it would really help all of us here.
Okay, now this is where I know it can get kind of tricky from here on in if we're going to start to do that, because it was my understanding that the delegations are going to delegate, and any questions from any of us, and that includes me, would be handled at the end of the presentations. But majority of council always rules, so that's my understanding, the guidance that council wished to proceed on any and all, not just this. But Councillor Lee, after having said that, I'm not sure. I believe that it should be responded to at the appropriate time. So Councillor Lee, I'm in your hands.
Your Worship, whatever is the direction of council, I will go with that.
Well, that is the policy and the guidelines that I think the majority of us attempt to adhere to. So keep in mind whatever that question is. And again, I'm only going to assume that Ms. Bradshaw and everybody else is going to stick around for the ultimate debate on this. So where that question will be, you'll raise it and be responded to by the appropriate staff. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Worship. That works just fine.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of Ms. Bradshaw? Ms. Bradshaw, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Honor. Next is Eleanor Hayward. And again, I should, before Nina brings on Ms. Hayward, I had mentioned there before that Michelle Nasser was going to be speaking. It's just a written submission that he has forwarded. It's my understanding that he don't wish to speak. So with that clarification, okay. Nina, with Ms. Hayward.
Eleanor, you've made your way over. You just have to unmute and you can go ahead.
Ms. Hayward, welcome.
Greetings, Your Worship, respected councillors, town staff, and welcome guests. With just 5 minutes, I'll begin by offering a land acknowledgement adapted from the HDSB. But overall, I wish to shine a light to the work well done on the staff report, raise some challenges and native solutions, and ask some questions. Halton and the land surrounding the Great Lakes as we know it today is rich in Indigenous history and modern traditions of many First Nations and the Métis. As we gather on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the 4 directions: land, water, plants, animals, ancestors that walk before us, and all the wonderful elements of creation that exist. I would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us. As Milton's representative from Ontario's Green Party and the critic for women's issues, I stand in opposition to the Reed Road Reservoir Quarry. Given that the town has declared a climate emergency, and I understand the town is a commenting agency, not the approval authority, I thank you all for remaining in opposition to the current application as it proceeds, potentially to the LPAT. As a health professional, I understand the deep connection between the health of our environment and our vital well-being. Many of my points today are based on the information generously fundraised for by Action Milton, and I work in collaboration with Sustainable Milton volunteers. I think you all understand that this is a holistic issue with risk to residents and businesses by including, but not limited to, air quality by fine particulate matter, water quality by rather unprecedented invasive methods, land blasting with risk of sinkholes next to the busy 401, plus increased truck traffic around the town. I simply don't believe that these risks are mitigatable. Natural areas are being lost at an unsustainable rate. According to an environmental commissioner, whose office has since been closed, a level of civilian recourse more recently removed, Southern Ontario has already lost 72% of its original wetlands in the past decades, under direction of successive provincial governments. It is my belief that safe drinking water must be the top priority ahead of industry's private profits. As climate change accelerates, fresh water will only become scarce and more difficult to manage. These wetlands do a great service to us. Without protection, it could devastate our community and create a huge financial burden. I echo Bradshaw and Robert's comments about the JARC process. I see that the town is between a rock and a hard place with bureaucratic and legal processes. The staff report has advised council against Action Milton's requested ICBL for reasons that include municipal bylaws such as air quality control would potentially be overridden by the ARA. I understand this mechanism would have been more ideally implemented earlier than now. However, would councillors not agree that having them in place anyway would signal good faith to residents? Additionally, I understand the town's legal counsel has advised against the ICBL on grounds of potential litigation by JDCL with an argument of bad faith, and that such suits do have precedence. Although I understand the ICBL offered no assistance with the CN Hub application, it has not been judicially pursued. My sincere question is to the town's legal counsel, in the case of bad faith arguments against Ontario municipalities, is there precedence for such successful litigation? And to the contrary, if unsuccessful, what are the odds that the municipality could be awarded costs, such as reimbursement of legal fees from that process? The final decision of this application license lies with the MNRF, presently Minister Yakabuski. Our neighboring Guelph MPP Mike Schreiner has highlighted Omnibus Bill 197 is coming immediately down the pipeline, as Kim mentioned, with more provincial power over which projects get an EA and which do not. The staff report asserts there's room for the public to submit comments to the MNRF and to JDCL, but I hear widely from residents that these are not being responded to by their representatives. MPP Gill requested an EA about a year ago, but there has been no response to date. I ask, has the town officially applied for an EA from Minister Urick of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks? And if not, are there plans to? I do get that paperwork can be a pain, but red tape is often labor and ecosystem protections that are important investments in democratic justice. Are we merely consumers, or are we stewards of this land? I predict this will become an election issue, at least for some. Will Ontarians recognize that approval of this license represents a dangerous precedent for Greenbelt development? In conclusion, I am in broad support of implementing air quality control and underwater blasting bylaws, despite overarching ARA regulation. I am generally in favor of implementing an ICBL to facilitate research studies and further meaningful public discussion for transparency and protections to enhance social and environmental health and safety, in addition to the ongoing JARC process. With the nearby hidden quarry approved recently through the LPAT, there is already high risk in compounding the projected impact to residents and guests of the internationally recognized Niagara Escarpment area that we all know and love. I'm grateful I had some time to review the materials this weekend, as we must ensure that our ecological health is safeguarded sustainably by doing what is necessary in protection of vital resources for area generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And again, the clerk had indicated that the 5 minutes was up. So I thank you very much for staying within that 5 minutes, Ms. Hayward. Members of council, are there any questions, any clarification needed on Ms. Hayward's presentation? Being none, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, as I had mentioned earlier on there, that the listed delegation of Michelle Nasser is just written. He does not wish to speak. So Nina, over to you. The next presenter is David Donnelly. So if you'd bring Mr. Donnelly on, Nina, thank you.
Yes, Your Worship, I've just promoted Mr. Donnelly over, and there he is. Mr. Donnelly, if you could just turn your sound on and go ahead.
Mr. Donnelly, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to address you on this important subject. As you know, our firm represents Action Milton and has been advising them for a number of months with respect to the Quarry application and a potential interim control bylaw. Our office received the updated report, the subject of tonight's meeting, very late in the day on Thursday, and as a result of a number of work commitments on Friday, we have not had the opportunity to carefully examine the updated report, and in particular, the detailed planning and legal opinions contained therein. For that reason, we are discussing with our client a number of the conclusions, and in fact, we'll be making a recommendation to them. In particular, however, I think that any further discussions regarding the legal opinions contained in the staff report should be dealt with council in a different forum and not in a public meeting. However, based on that, I have made a preliminary opinion, and that is that we profoundly disagree with certain of staff's legal and planning conclusions and opinions, particularly as it respects the ICBL and, more importantly, public engagement. I'll be dealing with that briefly. And we, in coming to that conclusion that the public engagement part is necessary, I say that with great confidence. Specifically, staff has advised you on page 4 of the updated, in the update report, and I'll quote now, quote, "A public consultation component of JART," and I put that in parentheses, "is not triggered in the absence of a Planning Act application. With respect, we profoundly disagree with staff. The correct legal interpretation of the Planning Act is that sections 1715 and 3412 are not triggered by an aggregate resources application. That's true. However, we disagree with staff's interpretation of the JART Halton Consolidated Mineral Aggregate Review Protocol of 2020 that was recently updated. The fourth objective of the JART protocol is to, and I quote, facilitate effective review and comment by the public, providing information early in the process and responding to questions and issues. With respect, facilitating effective review and comment by the public by responding to questions and issues is consultation with the public. The protocol cannot be reasonably interpreted in any way. And so with respect, Mr. Mayor, I do ask that staff provide you with an answer to that important question, which is, given the JART protocol's direction to you to facilitate effective review and comment by the public, does that not include public engagement and, in effect, a meeting with the public, and that includes Action Milton? Second, now with respect again to page number 4, staff has advised you, and I'm quoting, "The result of the JART review will determine whether the application conforms to applicable legislative requirements and technical criteria." With respect, that is wrong. It is council's job to determine whether the application conforms to the applicable legislative requirements. JART will not go on forever. It is not a continuous exercise. At some point, JART will have to cease its deliberation and make a recommendation to council. When that recommendation comes to you, you may be satisfied with it, but you may also be dissatisfied with it, which will require you to conduct further studies. What is being recommended by staff is essentially putting council in a box that it should not ever be put in. So for that reason, it is the primary submission of Action Milton that it respectfully asks council that at this meeting, that you direct staff to contact the region to arrange a meeting immediately between the chair of JART and Action Milton's representatives in accordance with the very first objective of the JART protocol, which I'll read to you now, and I quote, "Purpose of JART is to," and I quote, "provide clarity on the agency's technical review process for the public, government bodies, and the aggregate industry." I trust that Council appreciates the urgency of this request, as the application is currently being reviewed, and it's anticipated that James Dick will be providing additional technical reports that should be provided to Action Milton and its experts. And at the very least, Action Milton should have the opportunity to comment on those reports and to understand how those comments will be implemented in the JART deliberation and recommendation process. To return to the first objective of JART, it is to include the public and to answer its questions and deal with its comments. And so in conclusion, I can say that I have instructions to report back to Council in due course with respect to our profound disagreement with respect to the findings regarding the interim control bylaw. However, that will have to wait for a day when I've had the chance to more thoroughly review the material and make a recommendation to my client, which will, I believe, be forwarded to Council, just not in a public forum. It's probably not an appropriate place to be dealing with legal opinions. And with that, Your Worship, subject to any questions you may have, those are my
Mr. Downey, thank you very much for that presentation. And of course, all the meeting is all, of course, totally being recorded, and every presenter, the questions that you have raised and others as well certainly will be responded to, possibly today or at a little later date as well. So members of Council, are there any questions of Mr. Donnelly? Councillor Challoner.
Thanks, Your Worship. Mr. Donnelly, I agree with your assertion about the public having the opportunity to have the conversation with JART, and I think you're right. And I recall in past meetings that offer has been made by Council to Action Milton to meet with staff. In that regard, I understand that staff, in fact, has met with representatives of Action Milton in the last couple of weeks, which is a good thing. The area that's kind of hanging out, though, Mr. Donnelly, and perhaps you can help, is that if the process is going to work as was designed, staff need in writing the perspective of Action Milton on a number of topics that they've done some investigations in, and today they don't have that. And so my recommendation to you would be to encourage your client to formally provide comments to the JART process. But I agree with you. You should be able to do that. That is part of the process as I understand it.
Mr. Donnelly, I know there's a comment there and there's also a couple of questions of you. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I appreciate the councillor's perspective. Obviously, I agree with his sentiment. I should note that in the Nelson Aggregate Quarry Joint Board hearing, where I was counsel to Protecting Escarpment Rural Land and Sarah Harmer, the Nelson Aggregate JART Committee conducted 3 public meetings outside of the statutory public meeting process required by the Planning Act. They were completely separate, and they were done by the under the auspices or the volition of JART. So there is no, they can be separated. In other words, that's JART's discretion. And I should also mention that there was at least one technical meeting that was held between the Nelson JART and the experts for a Pearl. So this is a process that should be iterative, but it should not be exclusive to the applicant. It should be open to everyone. I take your point with respect to the technical material. There has been correspondence between Action Milton, both my firm and even the predecessor lawyer, with respect to concerns regarding air quality, for example. Action Milton has hired Dr. Franco Di Giovanni to observe. He did a preliminary review of some of the technical reports. But having heard you, I think that's an excellent point, and that's something that Action Milton should do. However, with respect, I cannot advise my client to be making technical submissions, spending a lot of money on experts doing technical reviews until A, we have the final reports from James Dick. There's no sense in chasing our tails on bad reports. And B, getting a commitment or confirmation from JART that those questions and comments will be dealt with in a rigorous sort of way. To date, we've had no response from JART whatsoever, and I can't in good conscience tell them to spend a lot of money sending in these technical comments if JART isn't going to deal with them and won't tell us how those comments will be dealt with.
Councillor Challoner?
This is probably not the forum to have any further discussion about it, Your Worship, but I've made my point, and I agree with Mr. Donnelly's assertion. And obviously, there's a communications issue that needs to be dealt with.
I thank you very much. Is there any other member of council, any questions of Mr. Donnelly? Mr. Donnelly, sir, thank you very much. Just before you go, mention was made of the Nelson Quarry application. I pursued that in the involvement, and again, Councillor Challoner, and maybe that's something that staff and us can really make very clear, the possibility, and I'm really careful on my wording of this. It's my understanding it may have been just a little bit different, but I think there needs to be a fair bit of clarification in that particular area there as well. But Mr. Donnelly, any final concluding remarks, seeing that I did a little editorial there that I think is important that we don't miss?
Again, thank you, Your Worship. But with respect to the Nelson aggregate process, I would be happy to engage in a dialogue with staff. We should get it straight about what happened, but I do have to say that I was there and I did attend those meetings. But anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to address you and council this evening.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, the last presenter on the Quarry issue was George Minikakis, and with that, Nina, I'll get you to bring George on.
I have just promoted George. He should be joining us shortly. There you go, Mr. Minikakis, if you could just unmute.
I think I'd have.
George, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I don't think I have to tell you who I am and why I'm here. But first, I want to thank the staff for developing this report. We really do appreciate it. I want to thank council for their support. I want to call out a couple of councillors, Christina Dirksen, Colin Best, and Councillor Regional Councillor Malbuff, who set up a meeting for us, our first meeting for us with staff, with the intent of us brainstorming together and trying to come up with solutions. We're looking forward to more discussions, but I want to start off by saying I stood in person here about 21 months ago, in person live, when we could still do that, and I highlighted how an application for a quarry license would be detrimental to residents. We are now, as we were then, opposed to the quarry. I know many of you are still opposed to it, and I thank you for that support. As a community, we're looking for options on how to successfully win against this licensing application. Today, I do not intend to state the merits of our legal or planning strategies versus those of the town or regions, or even with the JART. I would much rather focus on what this community can do do together, united, versus being divided, because that's how residents and municipalities lose in these sorts of situations. I'm here to offer an opinion on the merits of working together to resolve this pressing issue that Milton faces. So I'm going to start off with what I call the tale of three quarries, if you don't mind, and I'll be very pithy, as my old boss used to ask me to do. The first example is that of St. Mary's in Flamborough, led by Force. This community group raised in excess of $900,000 over a number of years. They spent a great deal of that money, rightfully, to conduct reports, legal reviews, planning strategies, and pursue political support. They never really got to the end of an OMB. What's happened, or what we call an LPAT today, instead what happened was the provincial government swept in with the ministerial zoning order and brought all of that to an end. They were quite lucky, because without that, you wouldn't have known what the outcome of that application would have been. Then another quarry, the other tale of a quarry, is Hidden Quarry, as you know. The Concerned Residents Coalition in Rockwood, they raised some $800,000 over 7 to 8 years. A lot of hard work, incredibly good people. I might add, the town of Milton also provided CRC with some financial support. The applicant in this situation won their approval, which is James Dick. Why? Because as we understood it and saw a report, that what was shared with us was that the township and region merely showed up made some minor presentations, and left the community on its own. They took it no further than that. So the belief was, our focus is that they lost because they did not have the political support. My final example, and I've heard, Nelson Quarry brought up, and I'm going to bring it up here again, is the city of Burlington and region of Halton stepped up and led the fight alongside residents group called Pearl. The local and regional governments hired external lawyers, planners, experts experienced in fighting quarry applications. Pearl, with David Donnelly, who just heard, together they confronted this quarry application and they won. And I want to repeat, they won because they had government support. They had local support and regional support to make this happen. There is no question in my mind, from what I've been seeing across all these different applications, that citizen groups to be able to win a challenge of this magnitude on their own is almost impossible. To simply raising money, lobbying residents, politicians, only scratches the surface. However, when you work together in a very strategic manner, you have the ability to achieve a collective objective. That to me is a true demonstration of duty of care. From the very beginning, almost every politician we've spoken to has told us that it will all come down to a political decision. And without that, it's a tough path. Many quarry applicants know this and have identified the best way to win their applications is by removing local government from the equation. And we have to be cautious that that doesn't happen here. When that happens, most communities are faced with a single adjudicator at an LPAT. One individual decides on the future of an entire community. That is hardly democratic. We know that you oppose the quarry. We know that we have your moral support. We know that you know that we need your political influence. Without this political influence from the town of Milton and the region, we will be faced with a challenge of raising $500,000 to $700,000 to successfully present a case at an LPAT. And I can tell you, I'm hearing that, we need a hydrogeological report, a hydro-G report. I can tell you that is not where you start. And that is only one of many reports that need to be developed. But it guarantees nothing because the residents will be there by themselves if we are not there with us. Residents have become also very confused and frustrated. In one instance, there may be an environmental assessment, and then all of a sudden we don't hear about it again for a long time. We've heard that the region could lead this fight, and we won't have to raise a lot of money. Or the town, could be willing to pursue an ICBL, but there are obstacles. So addressing a lot of these issues is a challenge. And then there's the idea that the ARA process and the LPAT is a fair process. It is not. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a fair process. It is biased, and it is biased towards getting to a yes for the aggregate. It always has been that way. The key question is, who will protect residents from risk of harm? This is the issue that creates a lot of concerns and doubt amongst all residents and with the entire process. Your presence with the region to lead an LPAT will address many concerns. Nevertheless, you are the leaders of the community. You can prevent and mitigate risks of harm to residents. The best way to do that is to let the residents know that they will not face this alone. In closing,
George, the clerk indicates that we're a little over the 5 minutes now, so if you'd be so kind to wrap up.
I'm almost there. So in closing, I run companies for a living, big ones. And I always believed in one saying that came from Robert Frost. Freedom lies in being bold. And the time, ladies and gentlemen, has come for all of us to be bold in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Members of council, are there any questions of George on his presentation? Again, I know, George, that there was questions in your presentation there, and they all certainly at some point will be addressed. So there's no questions. I thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of council and ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude all the presenters on the Quarry issue as I refer to them. The next presenter is Dwayne Gilbert, who I got a motion earlier on to hear him in presentation. This deals with report DS 2020, referred to as the mature neighborhoods. So Nina, if you could bring Dwayne Gilbert on, please.
I've brought him over and I see he has unmuted. So go ahead, Mr. Gilbert.
Welcome, Mr. Gilbert.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'd just like to say that I'm humbled by all the speakers before me. I feel pretty Mickey Mouse, but nonetheless, I will continue with my speech here. And thank you also for letting me in on short notice. So hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you regarding the mature neighborhood study. I'm here today to urge you to help preserve the mature neighborhoods within Milton, and in this case, the Mountain View area. 71% of the houses are a modest bungalow with green space and trees that add not only to the look and charm, but also the fight against climate change. These houses also add to the variety of style, which we spoke about earlier, the variety of style of homes that Milton can offer buyers, and preserve the town culture and history, all of which you have stated a need to support and preserve, if I am not mistaken. Unfortunately, there has been a slow yet however growing trend to demolish perfectly good, mature, and modest-sized homes to only be replaced by much larger ones. The effects of this are all negative. Upset residents, potential loss of mature trees and green space, angry neighbors, and an environmental cost of living that was previously far more sustainable with the smaller homes in larger lots. With new builds comes the loss of perfectly good materials from the existing homes, resources to build and manufacture the new one, and the associated costs to maintain a much larger home. Are you aware that 10% of global energy usage is for cooling? Do larger, taller houses represent a cost reduction in energy use? No, they do not. I'm already seeing for sale signs on recently built larger homes. So in short, a bungalow was sold, torn down, and replaced with a monster home and all the other cons that come with it. And now the homeowner decides to leave, leaving us with the unpleasant reminder of their actions. While discussing this publicly, I have been told that it's none of my business, and who am I to tell people what they can and cannot do? Well, that's a two-way street. Who are they to go against the grain and come here and completely change the look and feel of our neighborhood? To peacock or flaunt their lifestyle with these grandiose homes that are unnecessarily large. These neighborhoods and styles of houses are no longer being built and deserve our protection and are highly sought after by people who truly see their value. They are within walking distance of Main Street and complement the overall area. I understand that there has been development that's taken place already and that it might be a bit of a mixing pot, but the vast majority is still remnant of a bygone area. There is still a cohesive look and feel to it. It wasn't long ago when a young Colin Best used to roam around the Kingsley Court area as a young child. And now we are beginning to see more and more new, young families raising their children here and replacing the current older demographic. Please, I sincerely hope you do all that you can to lean heavily towards strict building guidelines that preserve as closely as possible to the size and look of existing homes. I urge you and see no harm in putting in place an interim control bylaw to temporarily prevent new builds until this study is complete. Just today, there was a post through Facebook's Milton Villager about someone looking for a bungalow for sale in Milton to turn into a new custom home. Let's preserve these mature houses so they can reach the century mark. I know, despite being the only one here to talk about it, there are many more residents who feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert. And again, I'll determine if there's any questions of you. And you made reference to one of his and one of my former colleagues. He referred to him as Baby Best. So Colin, seeing that you were singled out there, did you have any response?
Thanks, Your Worship. Didn't want to be known as that term, but thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for your presentation. Just one question for you. A lot of these decisions of previous ones are done through the committee adjustment. Is this something that you would recommend that we put greater policies on the committee of adjustment to state where the town's position is?
So
Mr.
full
Gilbert?
disclosure, guys, I don't know a whole lot about the underside of how this works. Whatever it is you need to do in order to preserve the houses that are here, or at least support guidelines that allow for change, but reasonable change, this is what I'm trying to get from you. You know, most of the presentations that I've been to, there's a common theme, and it's the environment with the quarry, and in this case, you know, the environmental benefits that come with having a more modest sized house. So whatever it is that you guys feel you can do with the powers that be, because they're unbeknownst to me, whatever it is you do that would promote sustainability through housing and preserving the look and feel and the history of Milton, I support you.
Councillor Best,
I don't
any
know
further?
much about it, so I can't speak to it.
That's all, Your Worship, and thank you, Wayne, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any other member of council, any questions of Mr. Gilbert? If not, sir, I thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thank you. And members of council and ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the delegation list, save and except Holly Roberts, who has got a written submission that deals with the next item that we'll be talking about. That's a public meeting staff report DS 021-20. And I'm going to go over to the clerk here now for a few introductory remarks as to hopefully how this portion of the public meeting is going to proceed. So, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have some statements as we continue on with the public meeting. We will have a screen that we will be posting very shortly with the information for anyone who still wants to connect with respect to the statutory public meeting under the Planning Act for St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School, formerly known as Jean Vanier Catholic Secondary School at 1145 Bronte Street South.
This is a public meeting. I think it's incumbent upon me to explain just a little bit about it as well. Council will consider approval of the related bylaw for this application later in today's agenda. If you wish to be notified of the adoption of the zoning bylaw amendment, you must make a written request to the Town Clerk, 150 Mary Street, Milton, Ontario, L9T 6Z5, or email at townclerk@milton.ca. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive input on the proposed development application. Staff will be taking detailed notes, however, will not be responding to questions except to provide clarification regarding the process or points of fact. Representatives for the applicant are in attendance for this meeting. We are now going to share a screen with a dedicated phone number and email address. Right now, members of the public who want to make a request to speak to this public meeting item only, for anyone wanting to connect, you will be given step-by-step instructions on how to enter and participate in the meeting via phone only. We will now take a 5-minute recess to allow a member of the public to connect and give our staff time to assist. So, Madam Clerk, back over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, if we could recess for 5 minutes, and if if our team could get the screen up right now that we could share for information for anyone who wishes to connect via audio to speak to this public meeting for this school at 1145 Bronte Street South.
And again, for those that might be checking their watches or clocks there, I know that we're roughly at the 5 minutes now, but I know staff is still working to make sure. You heard me early on mentioning this was a brand new process and this is the very first. So we want to make sure that we get it and do it correct there. So just in case there's anybody out there that wants to be heard, we want to make sure that we have them. So when I get the heads up from the clerk, we'll proceed. Okay. Okay, members of council, we're back now in session there. So again, I should make mention that Councillor Tessa Dirksen, this is the one that she had the disclosure on, so she'll not be participating in any of the discussion or voting on this issue here. But Ms. Koopmans, I just wonder if you want to take a brief moment to introduce this item. Barb?
Through you, your worship, the applicant's consultant is here, or the representative of the school board is in attendance to speak to this particular application in accordance with our new procedure. But essentially, this is the public meeting regarding the application for additional portables on the St. Francis Xavier, former Vanier secondary school site. It will displace parking, so has necessitated a temporary use bylaw to allow a temporary reduction in the parking amount. And it is also a separate temporary use bylaw application is also being made that is complementary to this, in that it identifies locations for other town parking facilities to be used again on a temporary basis to replace some of the displaced parking.
Thanks, Ms. Koopmans. And again, the clerk just advised me that there are no delegations at this point with this public meeting. But it gives me a great deal of pleasure to invite and introduce Frederick Thibault, Senior Manager Planning Service for the Halton Catholic District School Board. So, Nina, if you'd be so kind to bring Mr. Thibault in.
Okay, I promoted Mr. Thibault and Mr. Kenny as well, so they are both here.
Welcome, gentlemen. Whoever wants to go first.
Wonderful. We do have a presentation ready tonight. So there we go. I guess we can just get started on this. Could we put it in full screen mode if possible?
Is that better?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, it's
All right.
coming across. It's coming across here pretty good.
It is okay. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So good evening, Your Worship and Council, and thank you for taking time tonight for listening to our proposal and considering it this evening. So as Barb had mentioned a little bit earlier, the purpose of this presentation and this application is essentially to provide for temporary use bylaws on our now named St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School to allow for some off-site parking in order to accommodate the increasing enrollment pressures that have been happening within the town of Milton at the secondary panel, at least for our board, and doing so in the interim until such a time we can open the doors of our Milton No. 3 Catholic Secondary School, which thankfully the site is currently being prepared for it, and hopefully we can get those doors open as soon as possible. So if I were to move on to the agenda, please, on the next slide. So a few things I would like to discuss tonight. First and foremost, we'll go over again why these temporary use bylaws are required. We'll go over a brief overview of what our proposals are and a little bit more details on why we selected the off-site parking locations that we did in collaboration with community services. Lastly, I'd also like to provide maybe a quick little update on what's happened with regards to ministry funding, as well as the school boundary review process with regards to the Milton Secondary Panel. And lastly, we'll just provide a brief overview of how board staff supports the town of Milton staff recommendation on this file. Afterwards, we're more than happy to take any questions. And again, we have the website available for both the updates on construction for the school site and the school boundary review process that's currently being undertaken in the town of Milton, if you would like to find some more information on those files. So in terms of why we're looking to temporary use zoning bylaws to address our accommodation issues right now is due to the simple fact that I'm still getting used to this, St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School can only accommodate a maximum of 42 portables on site with the current in effect zoning bylaw, which is 2.6 spaces per classroom. For next year, specifically the 2020-2021 school year, we're going to need approximately, initially our projections show 52 to 54 portables on site to accommodate the students that will be coming in this September. Again, this hasn't really put into play any of the COVID considerations as to what a school day will look like. So we're advancing this with the assumption that it'll be a regular day school because we don't know how long these new measures are going to take place. So we're planning for the worst case. With regards to the following years, the 2021 and 2022 school years, which are the respective school years as to when we anticipate to required to finish the construction of the Milton number 3 Catholic secondary school site. At that point, we'll have to increase the total number to 60 portables on site. However, if I were to move on to the next slide, for the recommendation that was put forward tonight, it's enough to at least accommodate us for this following school year, which is really the one that we're under the most pressure to deal with. So that'll be good. And with regards to the following 2 school years, the 2021 and 2022 school years respectively, we understand and we do support staff's recommendation that we'll bring forward additional applications to temporary use zoning bylaw applications to extend the term if need be. And that'll be contingent on the results of the Milton Secondary School boundary review as to whether or not we'll be proceeding with a 6-day or 6-period schedule for JV to increase the capacity in that manner, or if we're just going to go with an interim holding location, which will not necessitate these additional years for the temporary zoning bylaw, temporary use zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So with regards to our proposal, essentially what we have on site is at the peak, if we were to include the 69 core classrooms at St. Francis Xavier, as well as the 60 proposed portables, we're looking at about 129 classrooms with, once we've removed the parking that's eaten up by the placement of the portables, that gives us about 238 parking spaces. So worst case, if we put 60 portables on site, that reduces our overall parking ratio to 1.84. Of note would be if we're only proceeding with the installation of approximately 50 portables for next year, at least this reduces it increases the overall parking ratio because we're not eating up as much parking. So in this case, for the 2020 school year, we're actually looking at a 2.05 ratio. Again, so because we couldn't meet that 2.6 parking space per classroom on site, that's where we look to other parks within close proximity to the site in order to accommodate for off-site parking, with the benefit of shuttle services to bring students in and out of those sites to the school during the morning and afternoon period. So with the combined total of the available parking that's on both of those community park sites, we can certainly reach that 2.6 ratio that we're looking for. Now, with regards to the phasing of portable installation, as I mentioned earlier, initially we're going to need between 52 to 54. Right now, based on current numbers, which are still coming in over the summer months, we are looking to put in for a minor site plan application and building permit application contingent on this for about 50, and we'll see if we need to add any additional ones over the summer months. And again, the additional 8 portable or 10 to 8 portables on top of that will be contingent on the school band review process. So if I can move to the next slide. So the present slide gives you a little bit of an overview as to what this could look like on site. So the blue represents what we're tentatively going to be adding for this September in terms of additional portables, and the orange or yellow would be what we'd have to add in addition to that for the subsequent school year. So again, all this will be contingent on a minor site plan application as well as building permit application and the receipt of town staff comments. So we are working closely with them to ensure that the portable placement maximizes the best use of the site, both in parking, fire separation, access, and any kind of safety related concerns to make sure that we're providing the best proposal given the circumstances. Next slide, please. So in terms of proposed offsite parking arrangements, what we're looking to do is provide shuttle services between the Milton Community Park and, if needed, the Bristol District Park between the hours of 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. for next year. What we'll be doing is providing up to 4 round trips in the morning and 4 round trips in the afternoon, dependent on need. to and fro from the offsite locations to the school sites. And then as part of this, the board is agreeing to enter into an agreement with the town of Milton and ensure that that agreement meets the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Community Services, and will deal with liability matters and as well as winter maintenance, among other things as well. So that's generally the proposal for the offsite parking. In terms of distance, Milton Community Park is significantly closer, so that's about 1.4 kilometers away from the school site, which is good. Bristol District Park is a little bit more distant, but it is central to the future Milton No. 3 Catholic Secondary School community, which will be serving that area. Next slide, please. So with regards to the rationale as to why these two sites were selected, when we did start this process already back in the fall of 2019, we had an array of options, and we worked with community services to identify locations that had the capacity to accommodate the board's parking needs, as well as mitigate any impacts on the ongoing operations of that park or any other conflicts that it may create on those town facilities. So throughout that process, we selected Milton Community Park and Bristol District Park instead of maybe some of the more proximate parking areas, because it was able to handle the parking needs that we had. It also avoided any kind of conflicts with events, rental programming, or potential loss of revenue because of less capacity that site would have, because those sites were significantly underutilized comparatively to others with regards to parking. And the other thing too is that because they were so significantly underutilized, we didn't have to implement a parking pass system on those park sites specifically, because I guess historically there weren't as many people parking there. And just to clarify too, we'll start with using the Milton Community Park location as the primary offsite parking area. And if we determine that through usage and through numbers that additional space is required, then we'll move on to the Bristol District Park as a secondary location if it's needed. So depending on how things go and as we monitor it throughout the school year, we may have to extend it to the second offsite parking site. Next slide, please. With regards to a couple quick updates, you may have heard through our community consultation for the Milton Secondary School boundary review process. We have released a few surveys since I guess the last time we met. A lot of those surveys were around the interim accommodation options that we're looking at as to how we were going to hold students for the 2021 and 2022 school years respectively. And many of those were looking at the 6-day period at Jean Vanier or St. Francis of Xavier. And potentially using other empty schools within an area or within close proximity. So that being EC Drury was one of the options that we reviewed with the community, and Lester B. Pearson. Those are still being reviewed at this time, but what we've heard from the community is that there is certainly a preference to remain within the municipality. So obviously both EC Drury and Jean Vanier have been the preferred options thus far. Again, to note that if we pursue an interim holding location option, we won't need those subsequent temporary use zoning bylaws for the 21 and 2022 school year. But if we do decide to remain at Jean Vanier until Milton 3 opens, then we will require them. So again, by the time we come back to the town with those additional applications, we should have the results of the boundary review process and hopefully a better idea of the ministry funding, so we can proceed with that. And that segues well into my next slide. Again, we are still awaiting some news from the ministry as to a funding announcement. We haven't heard anything yet on the 2019 capital priority submissions, but we still haven't heard anything provincially either. So no announcements have made on this program. So it's, we're still hopeful that we are successful. We're just waiting for the good news to come. And, in light of the circumstances, there may be some very pressing matters that need to be dealt with, more urgently. But that said, we're still aggressively advancing the site preparation of the Milton No. 3 school site. We're getting ready so that when the ministry announcement does come, we will already be running, or should I say sprinting, to the finish line to get this school open by our targeted date, which is really September 2022. So it's the timelines are aggressive, but we're working as hard as we can to achieve that. And again, you can visit those two websites for additional information and updates on what's happening on the school construction side of things, as well as the boundary review process. Next slide, please. And with regards to Town of Milton staff's recommendation, the board is fully supportive of this. We understand the unknown factor as to what will happen in the subsequent years, and we're more than happy to resubmit pending, a little bit more monitoring as to what happened for the 2020 school year. Again, I want to underline that this is something that's very important for us for the 2020 school year this September. There are no real alternatives in the town of Milton in terms of accommodating our secondary school students. So this is certainly something that we need as a interim measure until we have something that's more final moving forward. So with that, next slide. That's essentially the end of the presentation. I'm more than happy to receive any questions on the matter. And thank you again for your time.
Oh, Your Worship, we're just going to have to unmute you. If you could just unmute. Let's try that again.
Are we good to go?
Excellent. Yes.
Very good. First of all, Mr. Thibault, thank you very much for your presentation. I know that Mr. Kenny is on line with us there too, and I'm just wondering before I go to my colleagues, and I know I have a list of speakers now, if he has any further to add. Mr. Kenny, the floor is yours.
I have nothing to add further to Mr. Thibault's presentation, but I am here to assist with responding to technical questions should any arise.
We appreciate it, and I thank you very much. So I have Councillor Ali, Councillor Rick DiLorenzo, and Councillor Best in that order. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Thibault, for your presentation. It was very well planned, and I enjoyed going through it. My question is with regards to the last line on your presentation where you said, if this is not approved at council, there will be no options for 2021 year. But I do see that within one of your slides, you do mention the option of EC Drury. Could you please expand on that a little bit?
Through your worship, with regards to the EC Drury option, just to clarify, that would be for the 2021 and 2022 school year respectively. So that'd be September 2021 and September 2022. With regards to the EC Drury option, we would have to work with Infrastructure Ontario as well as the Halton District School Board in order to coordinate, I guess, a partnership or a shared use of that space. I do know that given the circumstances with COVID-19 right now, there's a lot of uncertainty as to whether or not the space would become available because a lot of institutions are looking for alternative plans to hold students because of the capacity limitations. So there's a lot of unknowns. Moreover, even in the absence of COVID-19, we would still have to negotiate an agreement and do some significant renovations to EC Drury, which would take us beyond the timelines that we need to get it ready for September. So those are some of the considerations that we were looking at as part of the process. And that's why for the 2020-2021 school year, the immediate year, we don't really have any immediate options that are available to us in Milton. But if it's for next year, then yes, we're still working towards better options.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So through you, Your Worship, Mr. Thibault, you did say that you have not heard back from the ministry regarding this. And have you tried to reach out to our local MPP's office?
Oh, Fred, Mr. Thibault, sorry, you were muted that whole time. Sorry, did you want to unmute?
I missed it. My apologies. Through your worship, I personally have not reached out to the MPP, but I do know that our board of trustees has been reaching out and been trying to keep communications with them in order to underlie the importance of this project and a speedy announcement. So we are putting pressures. As far as I know, that's what's been going on. I know the communications department at our board as well has also been pressing and trying to keep in communication with the secretaries of the MPP to make sure that if something's coming, that we know sooner rather than later. But that's the best information I have at this time.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, Mr. Thibault, I just wanted to add a comment in the end that I appreciate all the good work that you folks are putting in to make sure Milton kids remain in Milton for their education. And I just wish there was better direction or participation from our provincial partners to make sure, EC Drury is part of the solution that we are looking for. So thank you so much again.
Thank you, Councillor Di Lorenzo. You're next.
Thank you. Councillor Ali actually just asked part of the question I had. I guess a small follow-up to that question is, has there been anything new since the last council meeting where you came to council talking about the provincial funding still not going forward? Has the province done any follow-up since our last meeting, or is it exactly the same status that we're still waiting to hear back, or has anything changed since then from the province?
Through your worship, it's essentially the same. We've spoken with ministry staff and they have echoed that they understand the urgency of the project and that it is being relayed. It's just given, I guess, the current circumstances, it's not the primary focus, I guess, is what we're hearing. But again, that's me speculating. The best information I have is still the same as unfortunately we had at the last council meeting. So we're hoping for an update soon.
Is there a timeline for when the update or the answer becomes critical? I mean, I know you have plans for how you're going to use temporary parking for this year, and then another offsite the year after. When does it become critical where if the funding's not there, then you have to look for another year of some kind of temporary location?
So with regards to and through your worship, that's a very good question. That's why we're planning for the worst case scenario and including the 2022-2023 school year. Best case scenario, if we get a timely response within the next few weeks from the ministry, I think we could potentially make the target. It's still aggressive, so the stars need to align on this one, but we could potentially make a September 2022 opening. If we're delayed for any reason, and it's more than likely to happen, at least we have the flexibility with our current plans in order to accommodate for at least one semester. So we can perhaps have a delayed opening in January of 2023. And even if a worser case scenario were to occur, we still can delay till September 2023 if absolutely necessary. We're hoping that that's not the case, but all of our interim plans have, added an extra year of contingencies to ensure that, once we get that interim accommodation plan settled as part of the Milton secondary school boundary review, it's one where it's not going to be a constant movement from one area to the next. It'll be, you're going to this interim location until the new school opens. And that's what we're planning based off of, because we want to, there's already enough disruption and happening within these school communities that we want to minimize that. So to answer your question, we've planned it for the worst case scenario on significant delays, but we're still hoping that September 2022 is the date that we open, if we can get it soon, the announcement.
Thank you.
Councillor Best.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship, to the delegation. Thanks for your presentation. You covered a lot of my questions, and Councillor Ali asked my first one regarding EC Drury. I noticed Fieldgate Commercial has started their development, clearing the land right opposite the school. Are you still in communications with them to see if there's any potential of using their lands in the future? Because noting the retail environment these days, they may not be leasing out as fast as they expected.
Through your worship, we have not since approached them. A lot of the reasons why, I guess it wasn't, the timing didn't align in terms of when they wanted to start construction versus when we wanted to start using the offsite parking. I would say that right now there's a lot of uncertainty and not I don't want to speak for them because we haven't spoken since, but there wasn't a willingness at the time. So we proceeded with something that was a little bit more definitive and working with our municipal partners where it's, I think we can reach a little bit further, but a better agreement that's less impactful, maybe financially and of that nature. So,
Councillor Best.
Okay, thank you on that one, but I'd urge you to keep in touch with your neighbors because there is two other pieces of land to the northwest of you that could be possibly used either for parking or for portables. Because I can sympathize because the town went through the same thing a few years ago with the hospital. My question to you and to other school board members, are you planning a public campaign to get the province on? Because we use the Friends of Milton Hospital quite well in terms of getting a new hospital. I think we need the same for this high school.
Through your worship, we haven't considered that yet, but if it continues to be this critical and we're not hearing announcements, then we're all ears and we'll be leveraging, I guess, our partnership with the municipality to assist us with that. So we do welcome it if it proceeds and it goes on. So for now, we're waiting. We're being hopeful, but if we pass that critical stage, we might be tapping your shoulder. Yes.
Well, thank you again. And if you need any help, there's a few of us councillors that were very involved in that campaign.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Hamid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions were already asked, but similar to Councillor Best, I'd like to urge the delegates to think about, number one, doing a public campaign to pressure the province, because this is creating a really unfavorable situation, which will cause a lot of disruption. And number two, there is land, like Councillor Best said, just northwest of the property that probably won't be developed anytime soon. That might be a good one to think about as well, as a workaround. I'm sure we can make some introductions because I mean, I live in the area, so I see high school kids crossing street all the time to go to the plaza. So it's really not that big a deal for them to go to some portables, because I don't think this parking stuff is going to work out as fluid as well as we hope it would. It's going to cause a lot of problems. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any first-time speakers, members of council? Councillor Ali for the second time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just want to say to Mr. Thibault and the Halton Catholic District School Board people who are here that, you know, the key word or the buzzword here that I seem to get from you is willingness. And you can see from our staff that we are willing to listen to you, sit down with you on the table and talk to you. You can see that from myself and my colleagues on council as well. What I want to say is that, is there anything we can do, all of us collectively, to help you advocate better with the province to make sure that what you need is presented to you in a timely manner? Please do reach out to any of us and we'll be happy to assist in any way we can.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. And Mr. Thibault or Mr. Kenny, do you have any comments on, I guess that comment that Councillor Ali had just posed, and again, reach out to us anytime. So I wonder if you have any concluding remarks.
Through your worship, it is something I want to bring that back to my my superiors, the director of education, as well as the board of trustees, and let them know that the offer is on the table, and that it may be time to leverage that. So I will let them know. Unfortunately, it's not a decision that lays with me, but I will provide them with the information that you are reaching out, for them to reach out, and then we can maybe make some connections there and start having some discourse with the province. So I thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, you had the floor. Any further?
Thank you, Your Worship. That is all.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, and again, this being a public meeting, I want to make sure that there's no one else out there wishing to speak to this item. And Clerk is just checking to make absolutely sure. I want to make sure that everybody's had his or her opportunity to speak at this public meeting here. Clerk is advising me that there is no one else, so I will read out the resolution. Resolution moved by Councillor Best and second by Councillor Melboof, and be it resolved that Development Service Report DS 021-20 outlining applications for temporary use zoning bylaw amendments to the Town of Milton zoning bylaw 016-2014 as amended to facilitate the construction of a maximum of 60 portables at St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School at 1145 Brownie Street South, and off-site parking at Milton Community Park and Bristol District Park under August 31st, 2021 be approved. And further, that staff be authorized to bring forward an amending zoning bylaw in accordance with the draft bylaw attached as Appendix 1 to report DS 2021-20 for council adoption, and that prior to bringing forward an amending zoning bylaw for council adoption, the council require the Halton Catholic District School Board to enter into an agreement with the Town of Milton for the use of Milton Community Park and Bristol District Park parking lots for the school parking to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Community Services. And members of council, that's the resolution before you. Are there any questions with regards to that resolution? And I'm going to assume that the majority of you are in favor of that. Unless I see a hand go up like that, then I'll know you're in opposition. So I don't see any hands going up in opposition, so I will assume that this motion, I'm sorry, Councillor Ali, did I see your hand go up in opposition?
Your worship, I had some questions.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. This is the time.
Okay, your worship, I had a question. The first question is on page 173. We see that Milton Fire Department is not supporting this, and there will be an additional fire route signage and increased levels of parking enforcement may be required. My question to staff is, can they estimate what cost will it be to do that?
No, I'm not sure who's handling that part of it, but Ms. Scott, I know that, you know, if we're talking about parking, you know, that falls under your purview. So Christine, I'm not sure. Are you able to respond to Councillor Lee's comment?
Through you, your worship, parking enforcement falls under Commissioner McCarg.
Okay.
Your worship, we don't have the information available at this point in time. That is a new question, and staff would need time to figure that out.
Thank you, Troy. Could you give me a ballpark?
I'm afraid not, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to my next question, your worship, through you. And on page 174, the last line, it says parking demand. It said with approximately 2,500 to 2,900 students projected for 2020 to 2023 school years, it is estimated that approximately 75 to 90 students will drive to school. Now, I want to know if the pandemic or the COVID-19 situation is going to change those numbers, because from what I understand, busing will only allow 50% capacity, which means more students will be driving to school, which means parking will become a bigger situation in this area.
Mr. McCarg, has that been taken under consideration to the best of your knowledge?
From the parking enforcement perspective, yes, we are well aware of this this application and the impacts that it may have. What I will say is the plan is to resume regular parking enforcement prior to the school year beginning. We don't currently have resources dedicated just to this specific spot.
Councillor Ali?
Thank you, your worship. I have some comments. If this is the time, I can add them.
This is the time.
Thank you, your worship. In our last meeting, I asked staff to come back with some specific parking and traffic concern mitigation measures. I don't see any of those included in this report. All I see is that we're going to do this until August 2021, and then we're going to come back and try to reassess. But I beg to differ. I think in 1 year, a lot can happen. The pandemic year has just shown that, and I don't want the area residents to be treated as, you know, as a test case for a year and suffer traffic and parking issues. We already in Ward 4 are the highest violation ward as reported by GIS data from staff. So I think that when specific measures are not included in this report, I don't think I can support this. And as you can see, the Milton Transport Services doesn't support it because of the very same reasons I just quoted. And the fire department doesn't support it because there could be violations, especially in designated fire routes. So because of these reasons, I will not be supporting this. Thank you, your worship.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now, if council would bear with me, Mr. Kenny wants to maybe address Councillor Ali some of your concerns in that. So if you'd bear with me, and Nina, if you'd bring back Mr. Kenny. Mr. Kenny, welcome back, sir.
Through your worship, thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify. I wanted to first speak to the fire department piece. Through our review of technical comments, it was noted that the fire department would undertake further review at the detailed design stage, the site plan stage. They did, in fact, indicate in agreement with the comments relayed by Councillor Ali that additional fire route signage would be required, and that will be protected for on our site plan application, which will be forthcoming this week. Also, we've had a chance to further dialogue with the fire department and to make minor refinements to the plan in order to accommodate Ontario Building Code related fire route provisions and fire coverage protection provisions. So I'm not sure. I believe that there may be a bit of information from the zoning stage which hasn't sort of work that we've done since the report was written, which may not be reflected in the report, which is that we have had ongoing dialogue with the fire department over those two specific issues. And I mean, staff, of course, have their plans review, but we believe and feel confident that we've addressed those matters. Secondly, through you, Mr. Worship, to Councillor Ali, I certainly think that everybody acknowledges the situation is not ideal. And a reminder that town staff, I guess, did chop us back, we'll say, and we're not necessarily in disagreement with the recommendation for a one-year term of approval. It is quite reasonable to suggest that Ward 4 residents should not be subject to a test case. I think we all acknowledge that the situation is somewhat unprecedented, but just to speak to a few of those recommendations, there are recommendations that were brought forward as far as our transportation impact study resubmission, which included the upgrading of the carpool parking aspect of the site that the board has been trying to promote, which included the doubling of carpool parking spaces on site, which will be carried through our detailed design submission. And also wanted to point out that the bike rack count on site will be increased by about 40% up to 200 spaces. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity to those questions, and I'm here to assist if there's any further required.
Councillor Ali, I'm not sure if that helped you with some of your concerns.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate Mr. Kenny giving me the answers in such detail. Appreciate it much. But with regards to the fire services and their concerns they've mentioned within the report, I just want to say that our fire department is already strapped. We are short of firefighters. The last thing I want is to add an additional cost of, enforcement signs and such. So I my decision to not support this.
And that's certainly fair enough. That's for sure. Councillor Di Lorenzo.
Yes, sorry, I had a question for Mr. Kenny. I think part of it was elaborated, but I just want him to reaffirm. If council voted down, if council voted this, if council voted this down, how would this affect the students going to St. Xavier School? What would that mean to the students if this was voted down?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that that would best be answered by Mr. Thibault. I'm part and parcel to his discussions over accommodation, but I'm by no means an expert in the board's planning activity. So I don't think I would necessarily be serving you by providing you an answer to that, as it's not my sort of specific area of expertise. So perhaps if Mr. Thibault could be brought back in to answer that.
Mr. Thibault, go ahead, sir.
Through your worship, to answer Councillor Di Lorenzo's question there. With regards to Milton students, what that impact would be is we would have to send them elsewhere where there is still some portable accommodation capacity left over. More than likely, that'll be in Burlington or North Oakville. In Milton, we just don't have the space, even with Bishop Redding and the increased capacity of Bishop Redding, the increased classroom sizes. It's just nothing in Milton oversubscribed as they're in their peak enrollment phase right now. So I would say that it would have to be outside of the municipality for this year if this was turned down, because we don't have the time to renovate any existing spaces like we talked about EC Drury, nor do we have the time to get into a whole leasing scenario inside of the town of Milton, which we have, as a side note and sidebar, we have explored that. And again, there was no available leasable spaces in the town of Milton that would function effectively as classrooms. So this was kind of the last option that we had for this upcoming school year. It'll be different for the other two that we had mentioned earlier.
So that would
Trustee
also,
Lorenzo.
thank you. So that would mean Milton students being bused to either Burlington or Oakville, and that would also be an additional financial cost as well.
That's correct, through your worship. It'll be increased difficulties as well, as Councillor Ali had pointed out, with the decrease in capacity for our school buses. We have less busing available. So again, we're not entirely sure what that service is going to look like. You may also be looking at significant bell time changes in order to squeeze those buses into the whole schedule, as we are using the buses on multiple runs very often. And if I may, I had put my hand up a little while ago, but the conversation may have run a little stale on this front. Just to clarify too, Councillor Ali did point out correctly that yes, there is discussions around capping the number of students that are available on the bus. We are working with public health to see what kind of measures we can put into place to increase the amount of capacity on buses, but also in concert with that, there are also potential limitations on capacity in classroom sizes. So the boards right now across the provinces have been given a few guiding principles from the ministry in terms of what school day will look like come September. Some of it is an adapted learning model where it's in class and online. It could be all online. And forgive me, the third escapes me, but in all three, the commonality between is that the capacity of the school is also reduced. So the number of students that can be within a classroom, which also reduces the number of students that will be on site at the same time. So, if you were to look at that, busing capacity is going to be halved as well as the school capacity. So it kind of balances itself out. And I guess the last piece of this as well is that, there'll be less parking on site regardless, because even if they can't use the bus, the number of students that are eligible to drive that are 16 and over and then have a car and that have gone through the graduated licensing program, that's where we noted where staff noted in the report, and we noted in our traffic impact study, where that's a small portion of the school site. So even with diminished bus capacity, that number remains static. So we're anticipating that they'll be about the same anyways. And again, we're still providing these students with bus transportation. A lot of them are walkers. There's active transportation modes as well. And there's the transit system that also runs along Louis Saint Laurent that could be effectively utilized by students. So I do understand it's not ideal, but it's the predicament that we're in.
Councillor Di Lorenzo.
Yes. So, although I don't think any of us on council like the recommendation, and we don't wholeheartedly support it, but the alternative that if council voted this down would put our Milton students in a much worse situation. So again, I don't think council really likes the predicament we're in. I think we have to deal with the situation and realize that if council did vote this down, the alternatives would be worse. We're talking about students going to Oakville and Burlington. We're talking about difficulties with class size. We're talking about difficulties with the start and end times. We're talking about increased costs as well. So I know that there is a cost to the town of Milton. There is a cost to the fire department for the signs, but the costs on the alternative of voting this down is much worse for both the students and also the government bodies involved. It's sad that we're in this predicament, and we're in this predicament again because of poor oversight from the province. I think we all recognize that, but we have to deal with the situation that faces us. So I'm going to vote in support of this recommendation.
Okay, are there any further discussions on this item? If not, I've been working on an assumption there with most of our votes, but I think it's important now. The clerk is going to assist me. So you've heard the resolution, the motion. So I want to see hands go up like this. For those that are in favor of the motion, the clerk is going to have a look and make sure that I get the numbers incorrect. So those in favor of the motion, let's see your hands go up. Opposed? Madam Clerk, my observations that it's carried. And again, Mr. Thibault and Mr. Kenny, thank you very much for your involvement in this matter. And that motion is carried. So thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, I believe that that concludes our public meeting now. So that is the end of the public meeting. So we'll get back to our agenda, and there's presentations. The next deals with staff report ES 009-20, and it's the Town of Milton Council staff work plan. And Aaron Ohoski from Boulevard Strategy Group is here to present. And Nina, if you could please bring Aaron on, and when she's coming on, I'll read the resolution that's before us in just a short while. So Nina.
Okay, so I've brought Erin over and I have her presentation ready whenever you are, Your Worship.
Okay, just before you start in that, I'll read the resolution so council will know exactly what they're dealing with. And it's been moved by Councillor Best and second by Councillor Melboof, and be it resolved that council adopt the council staff work plan as attached to ES 009-20, Schedule A as the Town of Milton work plan for 2020 to 2023. That the work plan be used as a priority setting tool for the balance of this term of council, and that any funding required to implement the plan be included in future budgets for council's consideration and approval. Members of council, that will be the motion that we'll be dealing with after the presentation. Aaron, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Krantz and members of council. I'm delighted to be here this evening, presenting for your consideration and approval your 20 to 23 council staff work plan. Nina, if I could get the next slide, thank you. So in terms of the process, just before I begin, just a refresh on the process to date. We went through 7 phases together. We launched on February the 10th and targeting this evening for final approval. In that first phase, way back in February, you'll recall that we had telephone interviews, individual interviews with each of you, each member of your strategic management team, and we reviewed the final documents to prepare a bit of a background report. Then we moved into phase 2. We met together. This was before social distancing. We met on site on March the 9th to talk about a decision making framework where you went over the overarching goals, what you wanted to achieve, and started brainstorming potential priorities. We took that back to employees and asked employees for their feedback over the course of March and the beginning of April. Heard from over 100 employees, their views on how the town can serve residents of Milton and what they need to do their jobs. We also reviewed recent community feedback. We know you had very substantive campaigns in 2019, from the We Make Milton campaign to the 2019 budget survey, reviewed that data and brought it to you for consideration. And while not contemplated at the beginning of this process, we did want to acknowledge, together with yourselves and your strategic management team, that come March, there were some profound implications for yourselves and municipalities across the country, and indeed the world, associated with COVID-19 and the implications for the municipal sector. So we conducted analysis around the town's response, and really with a line of sight on how can the town do more than just cope through COVID-19? How can you do more than survive? How can the town emerge stronger as from COVID-19 pandemic? We brought that back to you for a workshop on June the 25th. You recall a virtual workshop at that time to get your feedback on potential priorities for 2020 to 2023. And we're here in the final phase this evening before you for final approval. If I could get the next slide, please. So if you recall way back in February when we spoke about your desired future state for Milton, well, we talked about, oh, can we just go back to the last slide? Thanks. So in terms of what success looked like to you in 2040, we heard things like you wanted a balanced, complete community with residential and economic opportunities, a post-secondary partnership that's up and running and thriving, thriving businesses. You wanted Milton to be an affordable place to live. You wanted Milton to be vibrant, safe, and healthy, a sustainability leader, as well as residents that are highly satisfied with municipal services. So there's a lot of discussion about what you wanted to achieve, and there were differing viewpoints on how Milton should go about achieving it. On the one hand, a lot of you cited investments that were critical to Milton's future. And on the other hand, we heard a lot about the need for financial responsibility. And when I brought that to you on March the 9th, I think it was one of you, I think maybe Councillor Challoner, who pointed out that those two aims are not mutually exclusive, that we can invest in Milton's future and yet remain financially sustainable. So how do we do that? That takes us to the next slide. So the challenge for Milton, when I was speaking with your senior strategic management team, your senior staff, with employees, looking at community responses, and of course, speaking with each and every one of you, is Milton is one of the fastest growing communities in Canada. And I know the rankings change from time to time, but there's no denying that Milton is growing at an enormous speed. So the challenge for Milton is that how can we accommodate growth that is financially sustainable over time? And we talked on March 9th about how a startup might have to scale, and they have to think differently about the way they do their business as they grow. And indeed, that's the challenge for Milton. And I know your strategic management team is very committed to thinking about new ways to do business and making sure that we're not just plus oneing the way we've done everything to now, that we're thinking differently about how Milton can scale in the wake of tremendous growth. So that's the challenge. If I could get the next slide, please. So in terms of how we tackle that challenge, there were 4 goals that we developed together with you. The first related to planning for growth. So how do you build and plan the community to accommodate growth while managing new service and infrastructure demands and balancing taxpayer affordability? The second related to increasing revenue potential. So how might we uncover sustainable new revenue streams, such as building a stronger commercial and industrial tax base and securing stable, predictable support from governments and partners. And I know in the wake of COVID-19, this is also translated to the tremendous work that your staff have done related to mitigation measures, for mitigating some of those projected financial losses as a result of COVID-19. The third goal related to community attractiveness and competitiveness. So how can Milton improve attractiveness for talent and investment compared to some of your competitors? And the last was service innovation. So how can the town deliver services in a manner that satisfies increased expectations and service requests while managing the need for incremental investment? I get the next slide, please. So under planning for growth, the goal here that we developed over the course of the last few months is that we will plan our community to accommodate growth while managing new service and infrastructure demands and balancing taxpayer affordability. And under this theme, you developed both a general strategy, some overarching direction for staff, as well as some specific priorities for 2020 to 2023. And those are on the next slide. So in terms of the general strategies, we talked on March 9th about planning for mid-density mixed-use neighborhoods. We talked about providing direction and policies that encourage sustainability. We talked about greater infill and neighborhood intensification. We talked about transportation options that alleviate congestions and mitigate infrastructure demands. We talked about an asset management plan and an evidence-based approach to repair, rehabilitation, and replacement of municipal assets. We talked about a long-term capital forecast and budget planning. We also talked about making sure that necessary services are in place as residents move into new neighborhoods. And certainly in the last agenda item that seemed to be an issue. So in terms of the 20 to 2023 priorities that we discussed on June the 25th, and you provided our feedback, there was considerable consensus in that feedback on what you wanted to see. The first was an asset management plan. You want to see that as a priority for this term. making sure that new official plan is complete and put into full force, mobility hub study, and then the secondary plans that are phased according to market conditions. That includes Trafalgar, Egerton, Milton Education Village, Britannia secondary plan, as well as the implementation of your Dairy Green Corporate Business Park. You also talked about the need for a government relations strategy that relates to school and hospital planning, on GO Transit advocacy, as well as making sure that Milton gets its fair share of available funding programs. And the next slide, please. The next goal related to increasing revenue potentials. The goal here is that Milton will achieve sustainable new revenue streams. Again, you provided general direction for staff as well as specific priority projects, and those are on the next slide. So in terms of those general strategies on increasing revenue potential, the first was creating a balanced commercial industrial tax base. And there are a number of ways you want to go about doing that. Securing and enhancing competitive employment lands, making sure you have economic development that facilitates the retention, expansion, and attraction of business. Then mid to high density mixed use development to accommodate demand for increase in office space. You talked about leveraging user fees that are competitive and market balanced. You talked about increasing opportunities for sponsorships, partnerships, and revenue generation. So making sure that we're using every opportunity to make use of those municipal assets. Exploring new technologies and municipal facilities to generate revenue. So for energy solutions were cited as an example at the March 9th meeting. And then as well, leveraging advocacy efforts and industry associations, as well as identifying and pursuing funding programs to make sure that Milton's needs are addressed with other orders of government. In the 2023 priorities, through the feedback, again, considerable consensus. You recall on the June 25th workshop, you were in individual breakout groups, and considerable consensus among all breakout groups was that you wanted to advance projects that diversify the tax base and accommodate increased employment. So that includes Trafalgar Corridor, Dairy Green and Egerton, as well as keeping line of sight to increase local office space through mixed use development. You talked about a priority being on the economic development strategy and considerable consensus around the Milton Education Village and Innovation Center. Can I get the next slide, please? Yeah. Thank you. So the third goal related to community attractiveness and competitiveness. The goal here being that Milton will improve attractiveness for prospective talent and investment. Again, you provided overarching goals, overarching direction through general strategies rather, as well as specific priorities for 2020 to 2023. And those are on the next slide. So in terms of the general strategies here, securing a post-secondary presence in Milton and increasing education and youth opportunities, innovative recreation facilities and program, quality accessible parks and trails, attractive public spaces and programming, as well as vibrant gathering spaces, programs and strategies to attract more professionals, increasing available office space and housing choices, developing a large-scale transit strategy in partnership with neighbors, the region, the Government of Ontario, and Metrolinx, celebrating diversity and promoting both inclusion and equity within the organization and the community, demonstrating leadership and sustainability, increasing community access to municipal programs, facilities, and services according to public health directives, and attracting quality retail outlets. And the priorities, again, considerable consensus around the feedback that we received from you at the June 25th workshop. The first being the Milton Education Village and Innovation Center. The next being an integrated transit strategy, and you provided direction there that that strategy includes local transit as well as municipal partnerships and GO Transit integration with those within those partnerships. The next two you cited, demonstrating real leadership and prioritizing of both a diversity strategy and a sustainability leadership plan. And of course, we discussed on June 25th that staff will be returning to you for your leadership and guidance on those items. You talked about the need for urban design standards. And while a COVID-19 reopening plan for municipal facilities and programs might seem operational in nature, and indeed it is, we included this here with with your feedback, because this is going to take considerable bandwidth. It has been taking considerable bandwidth from your organization over the past few months, and it will continue to do so in the remaining months and years, and perhaps for the balance of this term of council. So it's included here as well. Can I get the next slide, please? The last goal relates to service innovation. So that goes back to what we discussed way back on March 9th about delivering services in a way that address the increased expectations and volumes, increased service requests, as well as manage the need for new investments. So not just adding on all the time, but also re-examining how business can be done differently to manage the need for incremental investments. So the general strategies you provided feedback on, as well as the priorities, are on the next slide. The general strategies here, the first being investing in employee engagement, recognizing that employees are the foundation of strong customer service, providing training and development opportunities for your employees that build a customer-first approach across the organization, investigating opportunities to modernize or automate processes that are either outdated and or subject to high service volumes, exploring integrated technology platforms that improve automation or self-serve for your customers, engaging external firms in objective service delivery assessments, and I understand those are underway, collect feedback from residents and businesses on their services priorities, looking at partnerships with neighboring municipalities or local community partners, building and enhancing data to assist council and staff in evidence-based decision-making, as well as prioritizing multi-use facilities and partnerships that are going to realize efficiencies. So the 2023 priorities that you identified here are customer service strategy and enhanced external communications, internally, people strategy and enhanced internal communications, as well acknowledging the need for continued acceleration of digital service delivery, and COVID has definitely heightened the need for this over the past few months, is developing that digital service delivery strategy as a priority. Can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. So in terms of next steps, the next steps mirror the recommendations that you see in the staff report, and I would defer to staff for any questions on these. Really, we're looking for your approval of the 2023 Council Staff Work Plan this evening. And again, this will be used as a priority setting tool for the balance of this term of council and will inform the annual budget development process. Can I get the next slide? And just the final item, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you to council, members of council, for your leadership. It's been a pleasure to get to know each of you over the course of this project. I'm a little bit dismayed that it's come to a close, but I hope to see each of you safely out in the community as we enter into phase 3. I also wanted to acknowledge your strategic management team and thank them for their leadership, their ideas, and their guidance throughout this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Aaron. I have Councillor Chalner, speakers list. John?
Thanks, Your Worship. Thank you, Aaron, for the report. I am obviously supportive of what is being proposed to go forward. Just a couple matters on page 3 of the report with respect to the specific 4 objectives. And item 1, I hate getting into wordsmithing, but I'm sort of struggling with new service. I think that it's managing all services, frankly, and you could just leave it as managing service because services are going to change. We're going through a change process with our services today, and so we will have new services, but it's all services really that need to be managed within the context of item 1. And item 4 on the same page, address increased expectations. Expectations have always been high in this community. That's why we're one of the best communities in Canada. We have in our population great residents who've done great things for 160 years. And I think it's just increased expectations. I just leave it as expectations. They've always had high expectations. That's why we're a great community. And it's almost redundant. But That's just my suggestion. But I always suggest with these things, to leave them as simple as possible, so that they have some timelessness to them, because things change, and if we can build objectives that stand that test of time, then we've done our job.
I think, Councillor Chandler, just before I go to Aaron, I certainly support what you're suggesting there, but Aaron, it's important to hear from you on what Councillor Chandler is suggesting.
Yes, so thank you. Through you, Mayor Krantz. So you know the community best. So if that's the will of council, happy to take that as direction to make some slight revisions to those items.
Okay, I'm going to assume that the biggest majority of us are supportive of that being incorporated into the ultimate plan. I know I'm getting a little nod from my CAO here, and he believes that that's probably the route to go. So just for council's information. Councillor Chandler, anything further?
Your worship, just one final comment, that we try to keep it at a high level as we go through this document and its use over the next 4 or 5 years. Stray away from tactics and stick to strategy. Tactics are important, but this is a document that is based on strategy, and I'm sort of mixed on how I feel about COVID-19 being there. That is something that is underway today. It's well in process in this organization. Is it really, part of our future? Perhaps from what we learn from it, yes. Perhaps how we plan emergency planning in the future, possibly. But I view it as being more tactical than strategic. And I say, let's try to stay strategic here. It's really important for the future of the community. It's a document that hopefully will not gather dust, that will have a life beyond us.
Aaron, I'm not sure if you wish to comment on Councillor Chandler's observation.
Through you, Mayor Krantz, thank you for that opportunity. Yeah, I think we acknowledged, during the presentation that the COVID-19 reopening is more operational than the rest. But again, just recognizing this is a 20 to 23 work plan, acknowledging that is taking considerable bandwidth from your staff, and is a priority, is something that they need to do. So whether it's there or not is certainly up to the will of council, but just a recognition that that is taking a lot of time, attention, energy, and resources to make sure that your facilities, that your parks, that your amenities open safely over the coming months and years.
Councillor Chandler, any further?
Nothing further, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council, any questions, any comments on this resolution or the report? Okay, and again, working on an assumption, unless I see a hand go up in opposition. So you've heard the motion, so I will assume that we're in favor of it. I don't see any hands going up in opposition. So that is carried. Aaron, thank you very much for your work on this. And again, I'm sure our paths will cross again, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next item, members of council, under heading of presentations is the Mature Neighborhood Character Study Update and Phase 2 Background Report. And Hugo Rincon, Planner Policy Development Services, is going to making a presentation. And of course, we had a deputation on this earlier on there, so that's recorded as well. So, okay, Nina, do we have Hugo?
Yes, I believe Hugo was just promoted over, and Hugo, I have your presentation. I will get it started in a second. Here you go.
Welcome, Hugo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, member of council. I'm here today to provide you with an update on the advances of the mature neighborhood character study that Development Services has been conducting in the last couple of years. Next slide, please. Next, please.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Next. Next, please.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, with purpose.
Sorry, did you want the background or the purpose slide?
The purpose slides.
Okay, there you go.
Perfect, thank you. So the purpose of the subject report is to transmit the phase 2 background report to provide an overview of the key findings of the technical review and the public engagement and feedback received through phase 2, and to provide a status update and outline the next steps for the study, phases 1 and phases 2. Next, please. Next slide. Background.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Development Services staff initiated this study in 2018 to review the town's current policies and regulatory framework relating to the construction of new dwellings and additions to existing dwellings in the town's mature neighborhoods, and to recommend changes as appropriate to protect the character of these areas. Phase 1 examined the residential neighborhoods within the character area and the residential properties on Martin Street. The review of these areas will conclude with the staff recommendations to amend the local official plan and the zoning bylaw as amended. Currently, phase 2, as you can see in the figure, it's examining the Mountain View area and a section of Old Milton outside the character area, located north of the rail line and west of Ontario Street North. The process will conclude with recommendations to amend the zoning bylaw with regulations that will better reflect the character of this area. The main policy work is being conducted on phase 1, and no further policy work will be required or warranted for phase 2. Subsequent phases will consider other mature neighborhoods in the near future. Next, please. With respect to the progress of phases 1 and 2, on April of 2019, Council endorsed the phase 1 background report regarding the character area. Subsequently, staff held a series of open houses where the public had an opportunity to initially review the background information and the findings, and later to share feedback on the staff recommendations that were presented early in the year. Concurrently with phase 1, the staff initiated phase 2 in a new neighborhood in September of 2019. The findings of phase 2 and the work conducted are presented today for your consideration. The staff have been working to finalize the proposed local official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments for phase 1 in response to public feedback. And a virtual statutory public meeting is scheduled for August 2020. Back to the next council. Next, please. So regarding phase 2, the subject area is described in this graphic and covers the Mountain View neighborhood, inclusive of residential properties around Kingsley Court. That Kingsley Court was registered in 1954. In addition to Kingsley Court, the study covers the Mountain View area west of Ontario Street North and east of the Greenlands and Creek blocks, and comprises small subdivisions that were registered late in the 1940s, early 1950s, and early in the 1970s. A small section that is also considered part of the Mountain View area is the Martin Meadows subdivision. It's a small subdivision that have access from Martin Street. the area was, the subdivision was registered in the year 2000. But the review also covered a section of Old Milton located outside the character area, directly north of the Main Street business area, and registered or known as the Mountain View Survey, which in fact was registered in 1913. Next, please. So similar to phase one, phase two is conducted in 3 stages: preliminary work, analysis, and recommendations. Public engagement and consultation continues to be an important component of this study in this area. 3 neighborhood walking tours with residents were held in September and October of 2019, and an online survey run in Lexington, Milton from September to November of the same year. This survey was modeled on the phase one survey, so it basically covers the same elements and consultation items. So staff distributed an invitation to all properties, and each walkabout appeared on the Town of Milton's meeting listing, as well as the community event calendar. Social media content and digital ads were also planned to target the specific population, encourage their participation, both in the walking tours and this online survey. So all these strategies have been designed to ensure the opportunity for public engagement are specific to the study goals and address the needs of key stakeholders in the area. Next, please. Findings of this background review have been grouped in 3 major themes. The first one being neighborhood character. So the area comprises 413 properties, mainly with containing a housing stock mainly built in the 1950s, but also throughout that decade up to the 1970s. But we have to make note of just a small number, just 13 houses, mainly located on the Old Milton area, were built between during the 1910s and the 1920s. Those properties are included in the town register. So in addition to a whole variety of housing styles that date from early 20th century up to the 70s, the small group of houses within the Martin Meadows mainly represent contemporary style housing from early this century. Findings suggest that most of the lots are less than 830 square meters, which is it's a very average number. It's considered moderate size. The predominant built form is single detached, with the majority being 1 story, which accounts for 71%, and an additional 22%, which are 2-story houses. In the same way that on phase one, the built form analysis also assess the garage as an accessory component of the main housing form, with different than the character area where the majority are located in the rear. In the rear yard in this area, the majority are attached to the main house, and the location with reference to or with relation to the main building changes by location and of course by the period of construction of houses. Main public concern regarding neighborhood character refer to ensuring that development achieve a maximum of 2 stories. That is something that residents consider should be at least consistent with existing height, knowing that the majority of the dwellings in certain locations more than other are predominantly 1 story. The retention of the appeal, the retention of the efficient transition between existing and new development is key, fundamental. Preserving the extended front yards and the separation between houses are also important. Next, please. With regards to the second theme, development and neighborhood change, these conclusions were drawn from the review of building permits issued from or during time from 2012 to 2019 through observation and consultation with residents. In the area, mainly because the time frame started for the review started in 2012, it is worth noting that from 2010, 10 houses has been demolished and replaced in the time frame used for the analysis. We're talking about 6. However, because there's I apologize, I think it's 8 in total in the last 10 years. Changes focus on lot coverage increases, side yard reductions, and a perceived high increase compared to existing houses and the replaced houses. So with respect to additions to existing houses, these mainly cover garages, and 9 cover a 1-story or a 2-story addition. 1 in particular represents a 3-story construction considered an addition. Others are for porches and decks. Main concerns regarding development and neighborhood change relate to the size, height, and setbacks of new development that are perceived as not respecting or not consistent with the existing character. And also with regard to the construction works, residents consider or express the negative impact to the neighborhood that is created during construction by constructors by the work undertaken. Next, please. Regarding the third theme, development tools and procedures. So this mature neighborhood area is currently zoned RLD, which is perceived as too permissive and do not properly reflect the existing housing stock. The report highlights the existing RLD provisions, but also highlights the proposed zoning changes that are part of phase 1 that will impact the character area and that were shared at the public meetings early in the year for residents to consider and provide feedback. I use that information as a reference of the work being conducted. This area, and as the majority of the mature neighborhoods besides the character area, are not within a designated character area, since they're not designated character areas, hence it is not, the areas are not subject to site plan control. Therefore, when an application or for a new building complies or fully complies with the zoning provision, the owner or applicant can go straight and apply for a building permit. If there is a minor change that require a community of adjustment review, that prompts additional consultation and additional review. The official plan amendment that will be recommended for phase 1 will also be applicable to this area and to other mature neighborhoods in Milton. So staff do not anticipate further policy work. However, new zoning regulations to better manage change and development and infill in this neighborhood is warranted. So it is worth noting that after these changes are into force and effect, as they apply to all phases, residents are still entitled to make applications to amend the bylaw. Next, please. Regarding next steps, so I'm going to start with phase 2, which is the main subject of today's report. So we are here today presenting the findings of the background review and initial consultation. It is expected that after council endorses the report, that staff will engage with residents in a way or another due to the COVID to share the findings and to continue the conversation, to hear from others and to about concerns and continue engaging and ensuring the information is fully shared. Subsequently, we'll continue with the analysis and prepare recommendations for residents to review and provide feedback, and for council to consider in the future. Regarding phase one, phase one deals with the residential neighborhoods within the Carter area and along Martin Street. We are planning, again, a virtual statutory public meeting that is scheduled for August 24, and our report will be brought forward for consideration by council. Again, the public will have an opportunity to participate and provide comments at that time. With this, I conclude my presentation, and I'm back to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Excuse me. Councillor Best.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship, and thank you, Hugo, for your presentation. It's got three quick questions. With these new bylaws and regulations, would they apply to applications that are currently underway? That's one of the concerns that was raised by residents.
So the proposed, and again, that's the subject of the statutory report, but I'm happy to provide feedback on that. It won't, the recommendations won't apply to applications that have been entertained and that are under review.
Okay, that's one of the concerns that Mr. Gilbert also presented. Second question, I noticed that the Committee of Adjustment hasn't met in several months due to COVID, and there's nothing scheduled. And I understand there's a backlog of applications. Would anything that's currently in process, would this bylaw have an effect on those that we haven't had a hearing yet? And, you know, having staff comment on these applications?
We generally comment on the applications, especially for applications within the Carter area, to ensure that, you know, the design properly respects and relates to the Carter. Applications that are received are currently considered, and I believe, if I'm not wrong, and maybe the commissioner could jump, those applications that are currently in our hands are not going to be impacted by the new regulation.
Okay, last question, Your Worship, is you mentioned about the timing for August 24th and then a council meeting after that. When would these bylaws and amendments go into effect?
So, so in the next council meeting, we are expecting to hold the statutory public meeting, and there's going to be an opportunity for the public to provide feedback. With that information, staff will assess that the feedback and come back to council with a recommendation report. I expect it's going to be in the near future. After the report is, or the recommendations for amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw are approved, then it opens up the appeal period, and and subject to that process, new regulations will be in place at the proper time.
Okay, are we talking weeks, months, or years?
No, I would say in the near future, in the very near future, at least from my part, which is preparing the technical report, I expect that will be done in a very short time frame.
Okay.
Just, Councillor Best, if I might, just on some of that, maybe Ms. Koopmans could maybe help us out in that area there. So Barb?
For you, Your Worship, the zoning bylaw, once the public meeting is held and we do a statutory public meeting, as council is aware, there's an appeal period on the zoning bylaw for applications in process. I suspect that the bylaw will not be in force and effect. We'd have to deal with the bylaws that are currently in force and effect. We have no idea if there will be an appeal. Certainly, we are looking at bringing forward the amending bylaw in the shortest possible period of time. I have not done an analysis of the applications that are currently in process, so I don't know how many of those are in the character area and the extent to which this bylaw might impact them in future. However, we can certainly address that in a future staff report and look at what we actually have awaiting hearing.
Councillor Best?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll have some comments after the other speakers.
Thank you. Is there any further speakers? Any questions of Hugo and or Barb? We don't have anyone at this moment. Okay, Councillor Best, comments?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I support the report and the progress we made so far. This is something that Councillor Tesser-Dirksen and myself heard in the walking tours and public meetings, but I'd ask staff to move with all possible speed, because my information is correct. There's upwards of 8 applications in process, either in planning department information or by residence information. And Mr. Gilbert's correct. Actually, I just checked this afternoon. There's 2 new listings of houses that are built in these mature areas that have just been basically built and now being flipped. The people aren't even living in them because it's basically builders speculating on a weak bylaw. We have to strengthen this bylaw as soon as possible to end this frustration, because people are seeing their neighborhoods being torn apart and having to endure the construction debris, noise, construction traffic. And it's a very frustrating process, and I'm seeing that even on my own street.
I thank you. Is there any further comments, any further questions with regards to the resolution? You got the resolution in front of you for the motion. I do, and I know it's the same as the report. Nothing further, though I will assume that the majority of us are in favor of this report and this resolution, unless I see a hand go up like this in opposition. I'm not seeing any hands go up in opposition, so that is carried. Now, members of council, dealing with the report 02720, and this deals with the quarry issue as I refer to it there. And I do have a motion. I also do have an amendment. I've got a motion by Councillor Best and second by Councillor Malboof, and be it resolved the report DS 027-20 be received for information. And then I have an amendment to that, moved by Councillor Tesser-Dirksen and second by Councillor Best, and be it resolved that the motion be amended by adding the following clauses. And that council restate its previously adopted position on August 12, 2019, and request the Ontario government proceed with Member of Provincial Parliament Parm Gill's request for an environmental assessment prior to the issuance of a Class A Category 1 and 2 license application made under the Aggregate Resources Act by James Dick Construction Limited to extract aggregate from the property locally known as the former Reed Reservoir Quarry in the village of Campbellville in the town of Milton. that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Region of Halton, Provincial MPP for Milton, Parham Gill, Federal MP for Milton, Adam Van Couverden, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Provincial Minister of the Environment Conservation and Parks Conservation Halton, Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, and the Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry. And that's the amendment that would go along with the main motion. So, members of council, again, I think it's only appropriate that the amendment be dealt with first. So, to the mover, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, did you have anything to add? And I know it's fairly clear to me.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It pretty well speaks for itself. Basically, we're just looking for a written response from the province, being that the jurisdiction on this issue rests largely with them. And I did have an opportunity to speak with MPP Gill this morning, and I let him know that we'd be bringing this motion forward. He's prepared to respond with written response, and he also did mention to me that there was going to be an extension of this period, August 2nd. There was a lot of pressure kind of circling around this August 2nd date. He did confirm with me that that was going to be pushed back. I know staff have mentioned that in the report, so I'll allow the commissioner to speak to that as well. But MPP Gill did tell me I was free to discuss it at this meeting, and that I believe the extension is 6 months, but I would let his office confirm in writing. So really that's what this motion is aiming to achieve, is to get a written response from the province, federal government, and whoever else would have comment on it.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Best being the seconder of this amendment. I thought it was wise that we get that on the floor, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Koopmans, who's the author of this report there, and very well done in my opinion as well, to comment and just briefly introduce it there and some of the reasons and rationalization behind that. So Councillor Best.
Yeah, it's just a complete agreement with the motion. It's something I'm dealing with at the MO executive with the cabinet, because they're also going through the aggregate review, which could have some implications. And we need to know where we stand in terms of environmental assessment, because it is one tool that we can use both at the town and the region. And I look forward to the commissioner's comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, Ms. Koopmans, if you could just briefly introduce this item and make any comments that you wish. Barb?
Through you, your worship, the purpose of this report was really to provide an update because of the intense attention that this application is attracting. We wanted to provide information to council just by way of update to indicate where we are in the JART review process, the status of the application in the ARA process, the town's role and its responses to date, and also the status of our request to the province. I have also discussed in the report from a planning perspective, not from a legal perspective. This is purely from a planning perspective, what my opinion is with respect to the adoption of an interim control bylaw. So I think I'll leave my introductory comments at that, and I'm pleased to respond to questions.
I thank you very much. Members of council, are there any questions of Ms. Koopmans on this report? I don't see any, Barb, so Christina and Colin. I'm sorry, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and recognizing the late hour, although I know after your regional meeting last week, this is nothing, right?
Nope.
I will keep my questions and comments kind of at a high level here. First of all, acknowledging that staff put this together really quickly and thoroughly. So we want to acknowledge the work that was put into this. And Commissioner Koopmans is correct. There's been a lot of pressure from residents seeking response, and there seems to be a lot of concern about the amount of engagement and transparency that we're offering through the process. So my first question for the Commissioner would be with respect to the JART, because that seems to be the tool that is most available to us for addressing the issues. And there has been some criticism from residents about the public engagement element, and you heard a lot of them speak to it in their delegations. Perhaps it would have made more sense for me to address this with Mr. Connolly when he was speaking, but it seems like there's some dissonance between what he believes the scope of the public engagement under the JART should be compared to maybe what the JART is actually doing. I don't believe it's actually mandated that meetings in person or virtual are mandated to be held between the JART and the public. However, Mr. Connolly did mention that there should be an opportunity or mechanism for the public to engage. So not having been through a JART myself, I'm wondering if the commissioner could comment on number one, what has been done so far to engage the public with the JART process? And number two, if it is reasonable or desirable to perhaps go a little bit further than what's already been done. I know there was already a meeting with staff that Councillor Malbeuf was able to arrange, and I thank him for that as well. So those would be my initial questions. Maybe the commissioner would like to address those first before I go on.
Barb?
Your worship, I think first and foremost, it's important to understand that the JART process was created to coordinate responses from the involved agencies, typically when there is a Planning Act application in play. So the current process is a bit of a hybrid because there's not currently a Planning Act application in play. Public consultation, the JART process is essentially technical at its heart. So to give you an equivalent example, through any Planning Act application, we receive many technical support or technical studies in support while we make them publicly available. We don't engage in discussion on the technical merits of it. We simply use the information or the concerns that residents raise to inform our evaluation of the applications. In this case, our role as JART has been to make sure that information from James Dick and from the Ministry of Natural Resources has been available to the public. So we've done that by posting it on our website. We've encouraged residents. It is a ministry-led process, or a ministry process and ministry approval. The town is not the approval authority. So what we've tried to do is to connect residents with the ministry and with the applicant. The onus is on the applicant to consult with the public per the ARA process. It's different than a Planning Act process where the onus is then on town to consult. We have provided opportunity for public input in response to staff reports. Tonight's report is now the third report where the public has been able to come and speak to council. Through the JART process, though, it is very important that we keep it at a very technical level and respond to applicable legislation and policies, including that was provided on the that was provided on the ARA website. So there has been a lot of public consultation with this. It's just not in the form of a formal public meeting.
Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, anything further?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Koopmans. So I guess to address what Mr. Connolly had said, as far as providing technical input, I believe he said that before he advised his client to spend money on technical reports that experts might put together, he would want some assurance that those reports would be considered. I think that was kind of the wording. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly what he was getting at with, would he want a written assurance from us that we would, or the JART would consider technical reports? I guess that's something that we could ask him. But from what you've said, the JART would be open to receiving engagement from the public as long as it was something that was technical that could be considered by the JART within its scope.
Your worship, the information, if the action group, for example, wanted to provide technical information, we would review that and just validate that we had addressed those issues. We may not come to the same conclusion as the action experts. However, certainly we could use that to inform our review of the application. We simply have only received very little technical information to date. Just as a point of clarification, with respect to the information that we've provided from JDCL and the ministry, we've had that available in the office for people to review, but we're directing people it's not available posted on our website, but available for people to go to the JDCL website, which is required to post that information. And we've tried subsequently to ensure that they're updating that for public access.
Councillor Tessa Dirksen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Okay, so just moving on, and you do address within the report, Commissioner, the prospect of an interim control bylaw dealing with air quality. This seems to have become a real focus for residents in the area. I suspect based on the legal advice that Action has received from Mr. Connolly. And we understand, you know, the obstacles that there might be with respect to the ARA already regulating that, and that essentially what could potentially happen is an ICBL that we pass would be essentially ineffective with respect to what the ARA already deals with, because basically the ARA would supersede our local bylaw. That being said, and it's a question I've posed to staff before, it is within the jurisdiction of the municipality to study and regulate their air quality. I mean, I think that's clear. The issue here is that the obstacle of that application being kind of in the air, sorry for the pun, means that we could potentially be exposing ourselves to something we don't want to be exposed to in a legal context. That being said, and the question I've asked before is that when is it a good time for a municipality to exercise that jurisdiction they have to regulate or study air quality in general? It seems at this point we're kind of shackled a little bit by the application that is currently under review. And I'm just wondering who's to say there won't be more applications in other contexts, developers, quarries, whoever, that would prevent us from exercising that jurisdiction to study and regulate our air. So my concern is that there's never going to be a good time, essentially. Do you have any comments on that?
Through you, Your Worship, it's certainly, if there's a specific problem identified related to land use planning issues, certainly it's something that we can consider. However, it would be a fairly onerous study to go through. Given the work program, it has not been something that we've identified at this point in time. As it relates to Planning Act applications, there are Ministry of the Environment guidelines that we use in terms of physical separation. We do consider air quality now as part of secondary planning programs. So it's not that it's not being considered, it's just not being considered as it relates to aggregate applications, if that assists in any way.
Yeah, thank you, it does. And again, I mean, the crux is that it comes down to what we're dealing with right now through this aggregate application in relation to how we would like to study and regulate air. So I think it's clear that Council's position at this point is that passing an air quality bylaw wouldn't necessarily have any effect on the application as it currently stands for the under the Aggregate Resources Act. And I want to just touch quickly on zoning too, just because that was brought up by residents as well. And one thing that makes this particular application kind of unique and kind of puzzling is that the zoning already exists for the extraction. So in that context, we've had some residents coming forward saying, we'll change the zoning. Is that something that's even possible to do if there's already an application under review? Can we step in and change the zoning from essentially under the proponent's feet?
Through you, Your Worship, Council can, under a Planning Act process, bring forward an amendment to the zoning bylaw. It would require notice, it would require public meeting, and would require an appeal period, the same as any other Section 34 bylaw. However, I suspect that if council changed the zoning at this point, that would be appealed to the LPAT and joined with the current appeal of OPA 31.
Thank you. So, I mean, basically what it boils down to on all these points is the exposure we'd have at the LPAT. That seems to be kind of what we have to base our decision-making on. And given that it is a unique piece of land, given the zoning, I think there's some uncertainty as to how, well, there's always some uncertainty, but there's some big uncertainty as to how the tribunal would decide. So those are all my questions. I will wait until others ask other questions before I make my comments.
I thank you very much. I have Councillor Best and then Councillor Challoner in that order. Councillor Best.
Yes, Your Worship. No questions of my own, but there was some raised by the delegations, particularly Ms. Wendy Roberts. Is it possible that staff could address those issues and any other delegations that raise questions?
I think I indicated right at the outset there, and everything's been recorded, so I would only hope that those questions that did come up, as I indicated, maybe can be responded to now, maybe in the next day or two, maybe next week or whatever. So every one of them should be, at least in my opinion, addressed, but not sure, Barb or Andrew, which one of you want to refer to that, but Barb, you might want to take a try at it to start with.
Through you, Your Worship, I think the most appropriate forum would be to address those specific concerns in a subsequent staff report comprehensively as part of our overall response to the application.
Councillor Best, and I think that's certainly a fair way because they do deserve a response to their questions.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, and I know they're quite detailed, so I'll let staff do it. If it possibly could copy council on those answers as well, would really appreciate it.
I'm sure that that would probably happen because I know I'm just as interested as everybody else is on some of those responses to some of those questions. Councillor Best, any further?
No.
Councillor Challoner?
Thanks, Your Worship. A couple questions of Barb. As I understand it, when there are issues of air quality around an industry, whether it's aggregate or it's manufacturing, they're visited by either MOE inspectors or M&R inspectors, depending on what is at risk or what is at issue. Is that not correct?
Through you, Your Worship, with respect to applications, industrial applications, for example, there is reporting through the Ministry of the Environment in terms of discharge under the Environmental Protection Act and other legislation. In terms of the Aggregate Resources Act, these are all matters for which the minister or the LPAT, whoever is the decision-making body, would have to have regard for in determining whether the application is approved or not. There is ongoing monitoring that is required and accountability to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry as a result.
Yeah. So the bottom line is there are regular inspections based on partially on what the applicant applied for and received approval to do, but they're also within provincial environmental acts areas where enforcement has to continue as well. And so to Councillor Tessa-Dirkson's question, do I have an objection to the town of Milton establishing an air quality bylaw? I don't, but the reality is today we have ministry inspectors from M&R and MOE going throughout our community on two bases. One is complaints, and the second thing is they're inspecting licenses to make sure that people are in compliance. And that has been the case for a long, long time. All that changes is the act itself in terms of what they're actually inspecting for. So, in principle, I don't have a problem with it. The challenge I see, though, is that at the end of the day, an air quality bylaw that we create isn't going to be applicable to an operating quarry. And I suspect that in the case of the many quarries that we have around us today in Milton, as you rightly point out, are on Niagara Escarpment lands, they are regularly inspected by either M&R or MOE to make sure that they're operating within their license requirements, correct?
Barb, on that point?
Through you, Your Worship, with respect to aggregate operations, they report annually and they are required to submit a report to the ministry that demonstrates ongoing compliance or how they are complying. It's a little bit of a different process than the Ministry of the Environment as it relates to industrial operations. So there is more onus, I think, on the proponents of an aggregate operation to report to the ministry, as opposed to ministry inspectors actively reviewing sites and conducting audits or other enforcement activities.
So, Your Worship, I want to get to the nux of the matter, the issue at hand. And I said before when Mr. Donnelly was speaking that this is a communications issue at its heart. And there seems to be a lack of agreement on what JART does and what it doesn't do. But I think that in our case, it goes in terms of what does the town do and what doesn't it do with respect to this process. And, you know, if residents have technical comments they want to make on the applicant's technical studies, I think it's quite appropriate for JART to receive those because they may find them at some point possibly helpful. There may be something that's highlighted or brought to light in a comment from a resident who's knowledgeable about a particular technical area that may assist the discussion. It's possible that that none of it assists the discussion, but there's always that opportunity and that chance, and it shouldn't be overlooked. And I think that we should be making it very clear and providing a portal, whatever that form that should take, whether it's electronic or otherwise, where people with technical commentary on the applicant's application and his technical studies, it should get through to JART so that the town and the region have that information to review and consider when they're looking at the applicant's application and his technical studies. I'm not sure how we respond to that, Barb. I'm assuming that we respond technically as you plan to respond to the questions you heard today. That appropriate way, and I realize it takes time and staff time in particular, but what I see is a very real lack of trust between parts of the community and our organization here. And I think that it can be overcome with communications. We shouldn't be battling with each other. We should be working with one another, as was identified by George Minakakis. And so I think the most effective way to do that is through better communications within the confines of what JART is looking to do.
Now, Councillor Chandler, you still have the floor there, and Barb might in just a moment might want to respond to some of your comments and observations, but let me be so bold for a moment there to say publicly that I support much of what you're suggesting there, and I'm just wondering aloud now, Councillor Tesser Dirksen and Councillor Best, on the mover and the seconder of the amendment. You heard Mr. Donnelly there earlier on suggesting or urging us to think about engaging the region in the JART process. And I think, Councillor Chandler, that's exactly what you were, I think, indicating that you would like to see. It's certainly something that I would like to see. And I think I said before, as an example, why not the action group not be able to provide some of their expertise to the JART process? It makes all the sense in the world to me as a lay person. And I know one of the reasons for that, and I stand corrected on this, it might be a little different, and Barb might be able to, share with us the difference between the Nelson Quarry people being able to present to JART and the action group not being able to. So that was my understanding of it there. So I think this is what frustrates them. So Councillor Challoner, with my little bit of editorializing on it, you might just want to comment on that, and then I'll get back to Barb.
Yeah, Your Worship, it is that simply that they be allowed to comment to the JART process on technical matters, offering their views. And then, like I said, the JART team can read those comments, evaluate them. It may help them form some of their thinking in terms of what they think about the application and the technical reports that are associated with it.
Yeah, thanks. And again, before I get to you, Barb, I mentioned of Councillor Tessa-Dirksen and Councillor Best being the mover and second. I'm just wondering aloud if something to the effect what Councillor Challoner is thinking about, and I alluded to, shouldn't be maybe incorporated in there. Words to the effect that that the region become involved or more involved, and the action group have access to the JART group. In as many words, that's what I'm suggesting we think about. And Barb and CEO can advise me that that may not be a wise move, but it's a train of thought that I'm on right now. Barb?
Through you, Your Worship, we have not received save and accept from the air quality report from JART. Certainly, that is being reviewed by the regional experts that have been secured. We are open to receiving information from the group. We simply have not received anything at this point in time. It is very important because we are being asked by MNRF to review the application from a technical perspective, that we provide unbiased, very carefully reviewed information on a technical basis to council, to independent professional advice on the merits or lack thereof of the application or the supporting studies. What we are looking at right now through the JART process is to determine if there's missing information, incomplete information. We are not, we would simply be advising council as to what the recommendations of those studies are at this point. I'm not sure if I captured everything that you were looking for, Your Worship.
I believe so. I think it comes back down to what Councillor Challoner was suggesting there, the lack of communications, and I think that's part of the problem. I think that was part of his frustrations as well, and you alluded to some of that. So again, Councillor Challoner, you had the floor, but first of all, I'm going to go to our CEO that may be able to help us in some of these areas. Andrew?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, I may be able to help in this regard. We've been open to meeting with Action, and there was early criticism that we weren't. A meeting was sort of very quickly put together. So, I mean, we are open to hearing their comments. Barb has been open to hearing their concerns. There is a no, from our perspective, will to want to suppress any information. We're open and had talked to them openly about any of these comments that they have or questions that they have. So we remain open to that is how I would like to categorize it.
Yeah, I think that's important for the public to know as well. Councillor Challoner, you did have the floor, and then I go into Councillor Best.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I agree with what Andrew has said. It's very clear that staff have been willing to meet. They met, and I had a later conversation with Barb where she would meet again if there was new information. So I understand that, but I would suggest that they put in place a process through JART where technical commentary can be provided by the public on the application, as well as the technical studies that have been undertaken by the applicant, because they may assist the JART team in their assessment of what they have in front of them. That's all. And I think if everybody's clear that that's what JART is looking for, nothing less, nothing more, then I think it can be a reasonably efficient process from the standpoint of the public, having that opportunity through that entity. And so, maybe that's part of an amendment to a motion that supports that. I'll just say on the motion itself, the amendment that Councillor Best and Councillor Tessa-Dirksen had put forward, I support it. except I don't see any point in circulating this to the federal government. They have no jurisdiction whatsoever in this realm.
Certainly concur with that last part of it there, but Councillor Best, you're next, but again, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, you heard what Councillor Chandler was suggesting there, as well as my thoughts with regards to the region and the JART process. So Councillor Best, to you.
Yes, Your Worship, it's a point of clarification for everybody, for Barbara, for Andrew. The region and the Conservation Authority are both involved in the JART process for the town. Is that correct?
Barb?
For you, Your Worship, the JART is actually a regionally led process. Regional staff are the chair of JART. But yes, you're correct. All three agencies are participating in the JART process.
Councillor Best?
Just wanted to keep that in mind, and I'll have some comments later.
Okay, thank you. Again, I do not have any further speakers at this moment. Councillor Tesser-Dirksen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our lawyer is available. Is that correct? He's on this.
That was my understanding, Madam Clerk. I believe our solicitor's on line with us. Yes, I'm getting the indication that he is. Nina, could you see if the solicitor is available, please?
Yes, I have just promoted Constantine over. He should be making his way over shortly. Okay, I see he's made his way over. Constantine, if you could just unmute and turn on your video.
Oops. There we are. Okay.
Hi, Constantine. How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself?
Yeah, we're hearing you loud and clear there, Constantine. Thanks for standing by so long there for this debate. Councillor Tesser-Dirksen was just inquiring whether you were available, and I wasn't quite sure. So, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just as we've kind of had this discussion about having outside third parties submit expert technical reports, I think Commissioner Koopmans raised an important point in that the JART has to be an unbiased kind of neutral review body. So I'm just wondering what the legal effect of having expert reports coming from what are essentially special interest groups, if that would potentially compromise the JART, or how those reports would need to be treated in a special way. I just want to make sure we're not exposing ourselves to any reasonable apprehension of bias on the part of the proponent if we're bringing in outside information.
I don't think, through your worship, to Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, I don't think there's, it's really the manner that those reports get treated that determines whether there's bias or not. So if the reviewers, the JART reviewers, review it in an objective manner, then that stands on its own. I would say that the proponent will probably want an opportunity to respond to some of those reports, and there should be an opportunity to be shared with them if they want to comment on it. They absolutely can. That's normal in the planning process. It'd be advisable to do it in the JART process as well. And then at the end, the reviewers from the public agencies need to review everything in an objective and unbiased manner.
Now, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, you have the floor, but Ms. Koopmans has some input to put into that as well. So, Ms. Koopmans.
Through you, Your Worship, just as we receive information from a variety of sources on any application, it doesn't mean that we will adopt the information provided by Action after we've finished analyzing it. It just simply validates that we are addressing all the issues that may be raised or may come. And that's what I mean by helping to inform our evaluation of the application. The one concern that I have initially is that clearly there is an intent from Action, as they've articulated, to oppose the application. As Mr. Stavrakos just identified or just outlined, we have to keep that our independent review so that we are not opposing or advocating. We are simply completing that technical element of the review.
Councillor Tesser Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so that I think puts my mind at ease. That makes sense. And I want to thank Councillor Challoner for actually bringing forward those comments. I really do appreciate them. I think he's correct in saying that it's a communications issue. We need to be working together. We don't need to be creating enemies out of each other when we should be allies, which we certainly are. So I'd be happy to amend the motion, although I suspect the opportunity for any group to bring forward technical reports to JART already exists. But to kind of solidify it in written form, I'd be happy to amend the motion based on staff's recommendation for the terminology and the wording. And before we move on, I'm wondering if I could just ask one more question of our legal counsel and of the commissioner, because actually, can I ask one more question, Mr. Mayor?
Definitely, go ahead.
So we had a couple of the residents, as well as Mr. Connolly, mention the Pearl situation. So how the Pearl group has engaged with the JART. Again, I suspect the answer to my question is going to be because there is Planning Act involvement with that particular situation and not necessarily with ours. And I'm not sure how the extent of your knowledge of the Pearl the application that Pearl is relevant to, but I'm wondering if there is the ability for more engagement on not necessarily a personal level, but to have in-person meetings or virtual meetings at this point with different groups and the JART, or would it be advisable just to have those written technical submissions? And if so, why the difference between the two? Why would Pearl use one model and we use another?
I think Councillor Tesser Dirksen, I alluded to that earlier on there, but maybe Barb could just clarify the differences.
To you, Your Worship, in terms of the Nelson Quarry application, certainly there were Planning Act applications in play. I'm just looking at the JART report on the Nelson application, and it identifies, there was a meeting with Pearl for the purpose of making a presentation regarding the JART process. There were public meetings held by the proponent, as is required by the ARA. There was a ward meeting held by the ward councillor. Then representatives from Nelson and Pearl both made presentations to the region's Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee, but it is not public engagement in the same way as we have under the planning process. There was information exchanged that we have held, as Andrew indicated, we have held meetings with members of Action. We are available to discuss the applications with them. We simply cannot necessarily adopt their information. I don't know what the terms of reference for any studies that they've undertaken have been. We have to be very clear on maintaining the professional independence of the technical review we're undertaking. So certainly we can speak to them again about what the JART process is, what our role is. We can provide them, and we have provided them with the updated JART response matrix to date. As recently as last Friday, the most recent response was posted on the town and the region's websites. So we are trying to make information available to the group, and we are willing to meet with them. I don't know if there's any other information I can provide at this point.
Councillor Tesser Dirksen.
No, that's good. I think the message is loud and clear that the group is completely open to having their materials reviewed at the JART, looked at. So I'm satisfied. If staff feel that an amendment to the motion that I've made would be appropriate, I'll go ahead and go down that route based on whatever suggestions they have for the wording.
Yeah, just if I could pursue that for a moment there. The intent of it is, Councillor Tesser Dirksen, is what. I want to be clear, and I think council should be clear. And I'm going to get the clerk to interpret what she believes it is, so everyone is very clear in what we're going to be voting on. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So we have some proposed wording that Councillor Challenor has helped with, that the JART process include the provision for technically oriented questions, commentary, and reports from the public for information, consideration, and a response by the JART technical team.
Councillor Tesser-Dirksen being the mover of that amendment, are you concurrent with that as you understand it?
Megan, would you mind reading it one more time?
Let me just see if I can get that to share screen for everyone.
Nina's attempting to get that up, so if you would just bear with us, and I think it's important that we all clearly understand what's being advocated here. So Nina, over to you.
Just 1 second, almost there. There we go. I'm not sure, is everyone able to see that well?
It's a little small, but I can certainly make it out. I don't know about everybody else, but can I assume that everybody can see that? Okay, I'm getting nods there now that most everybody's aware of it. So thanks, Nina. Okay, Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, back over to you.
Just a nitpicky little point, but I wonder if it would make sense to include terminology that says it would include a provision allowing for the opportunity for third-party submission of technical.
You're the mover of it, so it's your prerogative.
I think, yeah, why don't we add that? And I would be happy moving that forward.
Okay, very good. Megan, were you able to get that? If you could maybe just read that back with what Councillor Tesser-Dirksen was suggesting.
Sorry, Councillor, could I just get you to repeat that one more time? Opportunity to?
Rather than a provision, including provision for third-party technical report submission, it would be providing an opportunity for third parties to submit their materials.
Okay. Okay. So that the JART process include the opportunities for third parties to submit technically oriented questions, commentary, and reports from the public for information, consideration, and response by the JART technical team?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Best as the seconder.
Yes, I'd support that as long as we're copying to the region and the Conservation Authority that they know they have the support of council.
I think that's already included in the resolution. And I'm going to assume then on the comments from Councillor Challenor earlier on that reference to the federal government be stricken from the resolution. Councillor Tesser-Dirksen, do I have your concurrence and Councillor Best on that?
Well, Your Worship, just on that point, the Milton MP has been involved in this process.
Okay.
Nation purposes because the fisheries notions does have an effect on 16 Mile Creek.
Okay, not that I'm hung up on it. I just know that Councillor Challenor mentioned that earlier on. So, okay, I'm going to suggest leaving it in there then. Okay, is everyone clear on what's being advocated now with the amendment? I know I certainly am, and I'm going to assume the biggest majority of us is. Is there any further discussion on that motion and the motion as amended? And if I could paraphrase, it was originally suggested that it be received for information, which it will be, but with the amended amendment, then those in favor of that motion, let me see the hands go up there. Am I seeing? Yeah. Okay, I think I've got it unanimous there, including myself there too. So the record will show that. So Madam Clerk, it'll be the main motion as amended, correct? So everyone's clear on that. So with that, Madam Clerk, I think that takes care of that item. And we will get the corrected version of that out, and it will be circulated to the council. I'll give that to the clerk. Now we'll get back to our agenda. Regional Council update. Well, first of all, let me back up just a little wee bit more. Now, I've already checked with staff, and we have 2 confidential items there. Staff indicate that they have no reason to go into confidential session, but if there's any member of council that wishes to go into confidential session, then we will. I don't need to, so is Councillor Challoner?
Yes, Your Worship. On one of the matters, I wouldn't mind a discussion about it. It doesn't have to, if you wish, people want to get away, I can do it at another time, or do it tomorrow with staff. But I do.
Councillor Challoner, it's your call. If you wish council to go into confidential session, we will, and we'll have to do that. But if I could suggest, if we're going to do that, there's a couple of other items that I think that, and again, so as we don't keep everybody and then have to come back in open session, I'd sooner deal with the confidential session at the end after everybody has had his or her say. So, Councillor Challoner, do you want to go into in-camera?
No, Your Worship, I'm not going to ask that. We're late, and I may be the only one who's interested in the topic. I don't know, but I will raise it with Andrew tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough. That's good, just for clarification then. So with that, I think, Madam Clerk, then on that assumption then, I'm not sure if we've got a prepared resolution dealing with the in-camera items. Okay, the clerk is suggesting that I deal with the regional update to start with. And so any of my regional colleagues, Councillor Clutt?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations. We're getting closer to our regional meeting length, but thankfully it's over, and it's been a fantastic discussion. Don't get me wrong. It's been very informative. I just want to let everybody know. Obviously, it's the Halton region this past Wednesday passed the mandatory mask bylaw. I know we had a special council meeting on the Thursday to discuss this, bring it up to the region. The region is now passed that bylaw, will be in effect on Wednesday. And there's only one other municipality, well, 2 municipalities now that have their local ones in, but and that's Halton Hills and Burlington. But as of Wednesday at midnight, the regional bylaw will be in place. I just want to thank the local councillors here for their comments during that meeting on Thursday. A lot of those questions were brought forward to staff during our 6.5-hour meeting, getting input from legal and from the public as well. And I want to thank our regional council colleagues. It was a unanimous decision, not an easy one by any stretch, but it was something that had to be done. And we're going to urge everybody to go to Milton's website. There is a section regarding the mandatory mask bylaw there. There are tools for businesses. If you need to get any signs, there's a few signs already up in PDF format that you can print out and put up in your business window. And there's the best thing I could suggest. I know there's a lot of information going around on social media, Facebook, Facebook groups, people trying to provide the information. I would suggest to members of the public to contact the regional councilors, Halton Region website, or call 311 to make sure that they get their correct facts. This is going to be, like I said, it's a strenuous time for many people. There's a lot of information, a lot of opinions, but I stress to everybody to get the correct information so that way this runs as smoothly as possible. So members of Regional Council, 311 Halton website and the Town of Milton website, the best choices to get all the information. I just want to thank my colleagues on both the local and the regional level for the great debate on this. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Hamid, Councillor Best, or Councillor Melboof, have you gentlemen anything to add? Other than Councillor Best?
Yes, Your Worship, just for councillors' information, at the same meeting was also the official plan steps. We're going to be the 90-day public process coming up, so there'll be a lot of public involvement and hopefully discussion on where we go, not only as a town but as a region. And also the good news for Milton Heights residents, we have a new section of Tremaine Road open this afternoon, so you can get to a beautiful downtown Milton Heights as well as Kelso and Country Heritage Park for the farmers market on Saturday, which I hope to see some of you. Bye.
Hi, thank you very much. And again, I have very little to add other than I think it was Councillor Tesser-Dirksen that alluded to that 8.5 hour meeting there on those two topics, and it was unanimous, the mask, mandatory mask by the region. So that supersedes for the most part anything that any one of the individual municipalities would do or not do. So with that, I thank you very much for that. So now, Madam Clerk, I guess that resolution dealing with the confidential item. Okay, resolution moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Melboof, and be it resolved that the recommendations contained in staff report DS 018-20 be approved. That's one of the confidential items. And the other one is moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Melboof, and be it resolved that recommendations contained in staff report DS 23-20 be approved. So is there any questions? They're in camera thing. So I will assume that everybody then is in favor of this unless I see a hand go up like this. So both of them are carried. Are there any other statements by any member of council at this point in the agenda? Because I think we're getting close to adjournment. Seeing none, I just have one quick thing. And again, as of 1 o'clock today, I think most of my colleagues are well aware that Milton and Halton will be opening up for business on this coming Friday, which will be the 24th or whatever the date is, Friday. Anyway, the reason for mentioning that is that Andrew and I have had discussions on getting ready for opening up for quite some time now. And I know he and senior staff have been working towards some of this now for weeks, as a matter of fact. So I know it's early on in the process, so they got a lot of work to do, because I know the general public will be looking to us on some of the facilities opening up, however they're going to open up. And Andrew, I'm just wondering if you got any brief comments, what to expect or what not to expect in some detail in the not too distant future. So Andrew, I think this is going to be important to the community.
Sure, Mayor, thanks for the opportunity. What I would say is my voice coming? What I would say is we've been working on recovery ever since the day one that this incident began. And so what I can assure you, it will be a steady, slow, cautious return in which we will take into account the community, our staff, safety being number one concern, and that we will work at it at a pace that works for Milton. We get these regulation changes on a daily and hourly basis, whether it be the regulations themselves and then the interpretations of how they work. And so what I would say to members of council and to the community, be patient, because we need to work through all of the logistics. And first and foremost, we want it to be safe for both our family members, the community itself, and our staff here at the town of Milton. And so we work through those very deliberately with that in mind. And we have a very capable group that has been excellent at working their way through it slowly. And those that you will have had the opportunity to use places like Sherwood, you can see that there are things slowly returning to, hate to use the word normal, but activities beginning to happen at Sherwood again. It's great to see. It's nice to walk in there and see people on the ice again. But be assured we'll do it in a very deliberate way so that we're safe and that it works for Milton.
Members of council, that's just for information. I'm sure a lot of us will start getting questions to what we're doing and what we're not doing. So stay posted. And again, of course, to the residents out there, if you got any questions or any concerns, certainly be in touch with the appropriate staff. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Melbuff, and be it resolved that bylaws number 057-2020 through and including 063-2020 be read, passed, and numbered, that the mayor and the town clerk be authorized to sign the said bylaws, seal them with the seal of the corporation of the town of Milton, and that they be engrossed in the bylaw book. Are there any questions on any of the readings of any of these bylaws? Being none, I will assume that the majority of us are in favor of it unless I see a hand go up like this. So that's carried. Madam Clerk, I think we're just about winding down. Have we forgotten anything at this council meeting of July the 20th, 2020? Members of council, that concludes the council meeting, and it is approximately 8:45 on July 20th. This council meeting is now adjourned. Members of council, staff, thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.